It's the return of Tillotsons to Kiltorcan for Event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. A big welcome back, folks. We have a beautiful sunny day in County Kilkenny, just near Ballyhale, to whet the appetite of all karting fans across the world. You're watching on Vantage Point Video. This is the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships, and it is another Tillotson-only event here at one of Ireland's finest karting facilities, Kiltorcan Raceway, County Kilkenny. My name is Evan Dalton. It's a pleasure to be back with you this week for another fantastic karting event, and we're just getting started, folks. With our first qualifying of the day, it is our Tillotson T4 Bambinos that are out on track and looking to put in some fast qualifying times. It is a sweltering heat here in Kilkenny, and it's only going to get warmer throughout the day. The young racers across the grid will have quite a task on their hand. But first qualifying laps are getting underway now in what is a refurbished Kiltorcan Raceway. Obviously a fantastic facility anyways, but you can see a new lick of paint around the circuit. The green runoffs. We have a fabulous grandstand here as well, that you can see just near the paddock building, and that you will notice throughout the day, as well as plenty of tricolours dotted around the circuit. But in terms of our T4 Bambinos, big story is the lack of Emerson Hannon here today. He'll be taking a drop round. He's enjoying his weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, so this will be his drop round. Of course, took the win in the first race here in Kiltorcan. It's our second Tillotson round here in County Kilkenny. So that opens the door for his championship rival, who for this season is Dara Fitzgibbon. Hugo Battersby as well. Keep an eye on him. Has 2 podiums this season, as well as winning the O-Plate down at Adventure Park, Cork. But our first qualifying times going the way of Dara Fitzgibbon, 1:07.6, but they're only going to get quicker throughout the session. It's the point of the season where the Bambinos, you can really start seeing them getting up to speed. The novices have a lot of track experience come July, and they'll be getting up towards the front runners. So it'll be interesting to see, does the momentum of T4 Bambino this season swing? Does it stay with those who have been putting in the quick consecutive lap times throughout the year? That's Georgie Greer, who's going for an overtake down into the first corner. So young Georgie putting it close near Dara Fitzgibbon, leading novice this season. Georgie Greer, for the most part, may not have picked up the championship points, but definitely seems to be the pace setter, as we have Hugo Battersby going slow in the middle of the pack with just 3 minutes and 20 seconds left to go in qualifying. Only a very short session for the T4 Bambinos. Traditional Tillotson format, of course, here today, folks. A qualifying session, 2 heat races and a final. Nothing too out of the ordinary in that aspect. This event, of course, organised by the County Kildare Motor Club, and the team behind it doing a fabulous job. They hosting the Rotax event 2 weeks ago, so it's busy times for the Kildare Motor Club. So still got Dara Fitzgibbon, the pace setter here in T4 Bambino, with a 1:07.5. Lap times have been dropping off, so as the track gets warmer, lap times struggling. Current running order is Darragh Fitzgibbon at the top, Georgie Greer in second, Hugo Battersby in third, Danny Clancy in fourth, and Jackson Godfrey in fifth, with Ollie Keneally in sixth, Elijah Hartensberg in seventh, Christian Adam in eighth, and then Vince McMenamin rounding out the order in ninth position. But the Bambinos usually putting up a very entertaining race here at Kiltorcan, so despite being the smallest grid, 9 racers will entertain in what will be the first heats and the first final of the afternoon. A lot of battling happening in this qualifying session, so the racers racing as they should. There was a lot of battling in the practice sessions as well, but we'll talk more about that later when it comes to senior and senior 168. Nevertheless, it's looking like with 50 seconds to go, Darragh Fitzgibbon is looking untouchable once again. Lost the final here the last day after a very poor start. It was himself and Emerson Hannon that were nip and tuck throughout the day, but Fitzgibbon just got a poor getaway off the line, and that propelled him down the order, giving Hannon an opportunity to run away, which he took. And Darragh Fitzgibbon goes quicker again. It's in the 107.5s, but it is one at the slightly faster end of the spectrum. And it's a 107.545 for Darragh Fitzgibbon, as checker flag shows. Meaning we will have this lap and this lap only for anyone to beat Darragh Fitzgibbon. Across the line is Elijah Hartensberg. Hartensberg will remain in 7th position. The remainder of our field heading through the final couple of corners now. Almost 4 wide for the final corner. Hugo Battersby involved in that, and now they are going to go 3 wide across the start-finish line, and Hugo Battersby with a fist pump and goes fastest right at the death. 107.4. Hugo Battersby steals pole position. Darragh Fitzgibbon down to second. That makes for a very tasty affair come this afternoon. Georgie Greer in third, Danny Clancy in fourth, Jackson Godfrey in fifth position, and it's Ollie Keneally in sixth, Elijah Hartensberg in seventh, Christian Adam in eighth, and Vince McMenamin in ninth. But Hugo Battersby right at the death. The first year novice stealing pole off Darragh Fitzgibbon by a 1/10 of a second. That's T4 Bambino, for folks, and if that's how we're starting the day, it's bound to be a good one. It's T4 Mini coming up in a few moments' time. Your T4 Minis out for qualifying now. And it's been a real shuffle-up T4 Mini Championship this season so far. We're, of course, only in the third round of it, so still plenty of racing to do. But it's James Stafford Jr. who's up the top of the order. Harley Burton has been the pace setter in this class, but has been plagued with awful luck throughout the year. And James Stafford Jr. leads them over the line. 1 win and 1 podium for James in 2026 so far. He was building off a good start to the year when he finished 4th in the KT Cup here in Kiltorcan. Second in the championship in this class is Stephen Doyle. Had a best result last year of 4th, but he's already taken 1 podium this year, so Stephen has beaten his personal best. But as the current times tick in, it's Harley Brereton who is at the top with a 54.2. Jack Harney in second, then it's Billy Green in third. A fan favourite is Billy amongst the paddock. James Stafford Jr. in 4th, Colin McMahon in 5th, with Ronan Sutcliffe in 6th. Then Stephen Doyle, second in the championship, is down in 7th and running here. Liam Doyle in 8th, followed by Jack Craig in 9th. What a very successful Kiltorcan in round 2. Oisin O'Sullivan finds himself in 10th, with Blake McRedmond in 11th, followed by Josh Higgins, Milo Crowley, and Luke Ryan, the early pace setters. But them times will change. Jack Harney propelling himself to second in running, 0.5 of a second off Harley Brereton at the top of the order. Colin McMahon now jumping up to 3rd. Stephen Doyle has improved to 4th place, with promoting James Stafford Jr. Down 2 to 6th. Billy Green did improve but remains 5th for the time being. And Billy Green, your O-Plate winner, of course. Was originally running the number 209, but now proudly sporting the O-Plate out on circuit. From County Clare, racing for SR36. Purchased his new T4 Mini from Kiltorcan here in Kilkenny. Some improvement for Luke Ryan, who improves to 12th. Leading novice is Ronan Sutcliffe in number 214. 5th in the championship is Ronan. A very successful debut season so far, as there's 2 minutes and 40 to go here in T4 Mini qualifying. Harley Brereton the pace setter, but we said the same earlier on in Bambino. Darragh Fitzgibbon was knocked off his pedestal right at the death by Hugo Battersby. Improvement for Stephen Doyle, who jumps up to 3rd place, now sporting a 54.1. So they're all getting a lot closer to Brereton's early pace of a 53.7. 4B's Harley Brereton may need to improve in this session. Still 140 to go. 2 more laps in the back pocket for those crossing the line now, and Harley Burton will need to improve because Jack Harney has gone fastest in the number 221. Pips Bruton by a tenth of a second. 53.6 for Jack Harney now the time. Hasn't raced in T4 Mini this year, Jack Harney. A podium placer at last year's Nations Cup. So can Brereton respond? Oh, he does, but it's not quite quick enough. Both now in the 53.6s. So Harley will have 1 more lap to try and take pole position back. Billy Green jumps up another 2 spots, now up to 4th, pipping McMahon and Stafford. They're now down to 5th and 6th respectively. So Billy Green will need to improve once again. Or not Billy Green, apologies. James Stafford and Colin McMahon will need to improve to beat Billy Green once again. So checkered flag is out. This will be the final lap for Jack Harney and Harley Burton to fight it out for pole position. There across the line is Milo Crowley. It'll unfortunately be a last place start for Crowley. And now Harley Burton not able to improve. Stephen Doyle can't either. So it will be Jack Harney who is on pole position. Billy Green jumps up to 3rd, pipping Doyle. So it's a better starting position on the 2nd row for Billy Green. We're just waiting on those outside the top 10 to complete their times, but it's Jack Harney who will take pole position here in Kiltorcan, with Harley Burton alongside him on the front row. Billy Green in 3rd, Stephen Doyle then in 4th, with Colin McMahon in 5th position, James Stafford Jr. in 6th, ahead of Ronan Sutcliffe in 7th, and Jack Craig in 8th, Liam Doyle, Blake McRedmond, Luke Ryan, Oisin O'Sullivan, Josh Higgins, and Milo Crowley to round out the T4 Mini running order. An excellent qualifying once again in Mini. And now it'll be our blockbuster junior grid who are up next. So time for Tillotson T4 Juniors now. We have a grid of 30 here today. Usually juniors the biggest grid, but seniors actually managed one more than them with 31. So the juniors out on track now, and this class this year has been pandemonium to say the least. Well, my God, is it entertaining. Championship leader Fiona English heading into this round. Won here last time out in Kiltorcan. Another purchasee of Kiltorcan Raceway, as they're beginning their first qualifying times now. It is Fiona English who leads them round. Good to see Zach Battersby back out on track after a nasty whack 2 weeks ago in White River Park, but he's back out in the Tillotson. We have one guest in this class who may be joining us next week for the T4 Euro Cup in Kiltorcan. That's Liam Borghall of the United States, who is sporting number 337. Very interested to see what Liam can produce here, and he's using today's round, I imagine, as warm-up for the Euro Cup in a week's time here at Kiltorcan, hence the new fabulous track upgrades. But first lap's coming to a completion now. And it's Ben O'Keefe on top. 53.531 the early pace. Adrian Gale in second, and then Ali Garcia in third. Ali Garcia, not necessarily the king of qualifying, but has been absolutely exceptional when it comes to race trim. Sits second in the championship after winning the opening round in Watergrass Hill in what was a unbelievably dramatic race, both during the race and afterwards, but all issues were correctly sorted and Ali Garcia was given his rightful win. As we've one little spinner out on track. And if Fiona English does improve to second, but he's beaten by Battersby. Brereton now up to second as well. And Jack Fingleton promotes himself to third. Running the O plate is PBR's Jack Fingleton. So your current running order with just under 4 minutes to go. It's Ben O'Keefe on pole position, Wesley Brereton, then Jack Fingleton, Zach Battersby, Fiona English, Adrian Gale, Nathan Mitchell, Ali Garcia leading novice in 8th, then Saoirse McMahon and Dermot Claridge in 10th position, Jack Keneally in 11th, out of Tiernan O'Connor in 12th, then it's Max Cooling, Nathan Strang, Liam Borghall, and Will Daly. Owen McNamara, Ian Kedzarek finds himself in 18th. And Adrian Gale promotes himself up, but he's beaten immediately by Jack Fingleton. And the times being traded left, right and centre. Dermot Claridge up 8 positions, finds himself in 4th. The laps coming together late here in T4 Junior. The mechanical flag being shown to Jack Keneally. And Ben O'Keefe back on top of, beaten by Ali Garcia. Ali Garcia now on pole position. Fingleton alongside him on the front row. This session not to be confused with the popular movie Trading Places. Swapping and changing left, right and centre. Ali Garcia up the top with a 53.2. There is 6 drivers. No, sorry, third time's the charm. 8 drivers within 0.3 of a second. Kiltorcan, one of the longer, twistier laps that these racers will qualify on this season. For you expect the gaps to be a little bit bigger, but no chance. And Fionn English, championship leader, back to the top. Full of confidence is English, and goes to first. A lot of side-by-side battling during this qualifying session, which is something that is familiar in T4 Junior. As the peloton swings round. And it's Zach Battersby who's up to third. The only real improvement that time round, so still Fionn English, Ali Garcia, Zach Battersby, Ben O'Keefe, Jack Fingleton, Adrian Gale, Dermot Claridge, Nathan Mitchell, Tiernan O'Connor, Wesley Bruton, your top 10. Ten seconds till checkered flag, meaning this will be the last lap for our front runners. They better have put one in to count. That's through the final corner. Checkered flag now out. This will be it. Across the line, any improvements? Ben O'Keefe to the top. It's a great lap from O'Keefe. He's pipped them all. English, Gale, Garcia, Battersby, Fingleton. No real improvements from down the order, and it looks like it's another one stolen at the death, but this time it's the Carrick and Sherman of Ben O'Keefe for Roar and Henry Racing, and it's a monster gap of 2.5 tenths of a second for O'Keefe. Brilliant qualifying, very entertaining. Ben O'Keefe on pole position, Fionn English in second, Adrian Gale in third, Ali Garcia in third, then Zach Battersby Ali Garcia in fourth, I should say. Zach Battersby fifth, and it's Fingleton, Mitchell, Brereton, McNamara, Claridge, O'Connor, McMahon, Liam Borghall 13th on debut in Kiltorcan, Max Cooling, Sean Bolta, Jake Collins, Finlay Crowley, Jack Keneally, then it is Nathan Strang, Matthew O'Callaghan, Luke Kelly, Will Daly, Ian Kedzarek, Emily Stafford, Dominic Skriomski, Callum McIntyre, Bobby Hackett, Owen McNamara, Darren McMahon and Teddy Black. Now time for our largest grid of the weekend. It's T4 Senior. That is out on track for their qualifying session. It's been a fantastic season of T4 Senior racing so far. Obviously, we're going to say that about every class, but T4 Senior in particular has been wide open. And you really don't know who the pace setter is going to be each weekend. The spoils have been shared between Brian Wilson and Robert Butler. Apologies, between Robert Butler and Luke Palmer, but Brian Wilson did win the O plate, so he has won a T4 Senior race this season. But Brian Wilson, who you could argue has been the pace setter, had a DNF in round 2 here in Kiltorcan in the final, so he's down to 7th in the championship, but will be looking to get a strong result here. Robert Butler has been racing his best, or has been producing his best racing of his young career so far, the Kilkenny native. And then Luke Palmer sneaking the win last time out in Kiltorcan. Started racing T4 in 2023 and very much reaping the rewards of his experience. But Brian Wilson is quickest in the opening lap of qualifying. Tyler Brereton in 2nd, Jake Murray in 3rd. Then it's Cahan McClelland in 4th. Ben McNulty is in 5th out of Kayla O'Sullivan. Joe Bechtold in 7th. David McMahon in 8th. Samuel Harris in 9th. And Jack Mackenzie Smith was in 10th, but this is all changing. And Robert Butler has just jumped 25 positions to go to 2nd on the front row. So it is Brian Wilson and Robert Butler, two Kilkenny natives, sharing the front row so far. Joe Bechtold, the Dutchman, in the all-gold racing overalls, jumping up to pole position, a 10th of a second ahead of Brian Wilson. As we actually have someone in the wall on the exit of the 3rd final corner. They've managed to get the kart out and looking to continue, but a crash on the circuit. We'll try and get a look at who it was. I think it was Damir Armahanov. Yeah, it was Armahanov who went off and hit the wall, but is back going, and kart is A-OK, so can continue. And hopefully set a fairly decent qualifying lap. So, still Joe Bechtold at the top of the order, Brian Wilson in 2nd, and it's Tyler Brereton in 3rd, Robert Butler in 4th, Jack Mackenzie Smith is in 5th, and Adam Butler in 6th, Jake Brunel is in 7th, Elijah Mooney in 8th, Jake Murray in 9th, and then Ben McNulty in 10th position. Cahan McClelland finds himself in 11th, and your leading novice is Josh Phelan. So improvement for Tyler Brereton and an improvement for Jack Mackenzie Smith, who goes quickest. The Tim Murray Racing driver up the top of the order. So Robert Butler now fastest, and it's a good lap by number 417. He's just about pipped Jack Mackenzie Smith by 0.023. So Robert Butler up the top of the order now. And there goes Brian Wilson. Cahan McClelland goes to 2nd as well. It's a total swap of the front row. And Brian Wilson back on pole position at his home circuit. Good lap by Cahan McClelland to go to second position from Fork Hill, Armagh. Ollie Clark improving to sixth. And there goes Robert Butler back up to second. So it's Wilson and Butler sharing the front row. Jack Mackenzie-Smith back up to fourth. Who is going to end up on pole position here? This is exciting. We're looking at the clock, 30 seconds to go. There might be one more lap for Wilson and Butler. Speaking of Butler, Adam Butler now up to fifth, finding 5 places from 10, so good lap by Adam Butler. Here comes Robert Butler across the start-finish line. Is it pole position? No, it isn't, but has one more bite of the cherry to try and take it. So checkered flag is now out. This will be the final trip round for each racer. Here comes Mackenzie-Smith, will remain fourth. Wilson can't improve. Brunel across the line in sixth, meaning it's all got to be down to Robert Butler here. Unless someone from down the order can surprise us, but it's not looking that way. A lot not improving on their final time. We eagerly await the Kilkenny man, Robert Butler. One win so far this year. Confidence at an all-time high. Looking to embark on a championship endeavour. And pole position here today would be one way to take that. Robert Butler across the start-finish line. No improvement. Brian Wilson takes pole in Kiltorcan. Robert Butler in second. Cahan McClelland in third. Jack Mackenzie-Smith in fourth. And it's Adam Butler, Jake Brunel, Ollie Clark, Joe Bechtold, Tyler Bruton, Peter Brett, Ben McNulty, Timon Kedzarek, Dermot Toomey, Tara Keneally, Samuel Harris, Michael Gallagher, Elijah Mooney, Josh Phelan, Kayla O'Sullivan, Jake Murray, Ava McMahon, Niall Leahy, Daniel Grigger, Owen O'Mahony, Tamir Armahanov, Ben Deasy, and Isabel McDermott in 27th. Our final qualifying session of the day, before we get into heat racing action, is of course our Tillotson T4 Senior 168s. Big grid of 168s for today. Championship leader is Colin Munnelly. Or to keep the ongoing bit going, Colin Manelli, which will probably end up saying throughout the day. Don't ask me why. Anthony Holland in second, track owner here at Kiltorcan. And third in the championship is Niall Herson, who took the win last time out in what was I would say the most entertaining 168 final that I've commentated on. It was a really good race, and it was quite lackluster heat racing, so the final being entertaining was keenly awaited. So it's one of our guest drivers who goes quickest, Marco Pedrana, racing out of Italy. Another driver who is over for the Euro Cup next week. Raced in Euro Cup round 1, got 5th in Italy. But Marco Pedrana has been beaten by Luke Kavanagh in number 521, a late entry, Luke. But quickest so far. Was quickest in practice this morning as well. It was the same order of Kavanagh and Pedrana. They're continuing on their success. Here comes Anthony Holland across the start-finish line, improving with Colin Munnelly up to second. Niall Herson improving to fourth. Pedrana now dropped down to third, but hasn't set his second lap time. And now there goes Marco Pedrana. No improvement there. Colin Munnelly dicing his way through the field, trying to find a bit of clean air to go for a fast lap. But very hard to find a clear spotted track on a karting circuit. Mark Orman now onto the front row. Good lap by Mark in the number 510. Still half a second off Luke Kavanagh, but is on the front row. Mark Orman didn't race the final in round 2, so is looking to make his final debut of 2026 here at Kiltorcan. Sits 13th in the championship. There's a real squabble towards the back part of the track. And oh, one pulled off, so someone into the pit lane. They'll play no further part in qualifying. Your current running order: Luke Kavanagh, Mark Gorman, Colin Munnelly, Anthony Holland, Ryan Herson, Marco Padrana, Niall Herson, Eddie Roach, Mickey Brennan, Tommy Brett, Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, Gary Curran and Kevin McRedmond. Anthony Holland pipping his title rival Colin Munnelly. Both on the second row, but Holland has now gone to third. More of a mental thing than anything. If you're on the same row, it doesn't make too much of a difference, although you do want the outside line here in Kiltorcan in towards the first corner. It's a weird one like that. Most circuits, obviously, inside line beneficial. The likes of White River, you want the inside line. The likes of the Boy, you want the inside line. Watergrass Hill, inside line as well, but here you want the outside. As checkered flag drops, no one close to the time of Luke Kavanagh, and he will start on pole position for senior 168. Mark Gorman in second, and it's Anthony Holland, Colin Munnelly ahead of Ryan Herson, Marco Padrana, Mickey Brennan, Niall Herson, Eddie Roach. Then it's Tommy Brett, Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, Gary Curran and Kevin McRedmond to round out the 14. But that's qualifying, folks. We have racing coming up here from Kiltorcan Raceway in a few moments, and we start with our Tillotson T4 Bambinos. It's race time in Kiltorcan, Raceway 4. Event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland National Karting Championships, round 3 of the Tillotson Championships. It's our first race, T4 Bambinos, 8 minutes plus a lap. Hugo Battersby on pole, Darragh Fitzgibbon alongside him. Row 2 consists of Georgie Greer and Danny Clancy, Jackson Godfrey ahead of Keneally, Hartensberg, Adam, and then McMenamin to round out the Bambino order. Standing start for T4 Bambinos, of course. Starter JJ Curran just putting them into position. It's the OC for today, Adam Farrelly. So all the Bambinos in place. Just a bit of kart trouble for Jackson Godfrey, who's getting a restart. Still problems for Jackson Godfrey. Hopefully these issues can be solved for Jackson. No, not looking like it will be. Jackson taken off the grid here. Oh, so disappointing. For Godfrey, who's 5th in the championship. We'll lose out on heat points here. Well, hopefully we'll get back ready for this afternoon's race. As green flag is in the air, and we go racing for the first race. The Bambinos, good start Fitzgibbon actually on the outside row, but Hugo Battersby defends in towards turn number 1. Great start for the third place runner, Georgie Greer, in towards turn number 1, and Greer and Clancy looking for the move, but it's a good start for Hugo Battersby. Off and away for the triple right-hander. As Battersby holds the lead ahead of Darragh Fitzgibbon, but Fitzgibbon pressuring, trying to make a move. Can't quite. And Hugo Battersby pulling a little bit of a gap now, which is exactly how he would have wanted to start this race. Here we go now, battle for the race lead, and that is Georgie Greer, who's going for it in towards turn number 1, and Georgie Greer is ahead of Hugo Battersby. Greer looking for a first ever win. Leads in Kiltorcan. Hugo Battersby down to 2nd. Georgie Greer rocking and rolling here in this one. Fitzgibbon in 3rd, Danny Clancy in 4th, Ollie Keneally in 5th. Then it's Hartensberg, McMenamin, Adam, and of course Jackson Godfrey, unfortunately not making the start. Well, made the grid, but not able to make the start. Kart just died on him while on the grid. but it's Georgie Greer in the race lead ahead of Hugo Battersby. Both novices, both the pace setters. Battersby taking the O-Plate win. Georgie Greer sits 6th in the championship, but she hasn't taken a win yet. Could today be the day? Long afternoon of racing ahead before we reach our finals, and certainly before we reach the checkered flag in the final. Oh, mistake for Georgie Greer. And Hugo Battersby now invites himself back into the party. Will there be a move down the inside for Hugo? No, backs out of it. Looking for the momentum through the hairpin. Greer goes defensive. That's going to allow Hugo Battersby on the inside. And Georgie Greer's a half spin. Holds it nicely, but loses all her momentum. And Georgie Greer now down to 4th. Oh no, the car shut off. The cart has shut off, and Georgie Greer has ground to a halt on the exit of the second final corner. Oh, that is so disappointing for Georgie. Promotes Danny Clancy and Ollie Keneally back up a place on the podium. So disappointing for Georgie Greer. So Vince McNamara running in 5th. Cousin Gordon stood beside me here enjoying the racing so far. As they're down through the final corner now. Still Hugo Battersby in the lead. Good battle on for second here between Keneally and Clancy. Clancy just ahead in the red race suit. Well, this is domination from Hugo Battersby since that problem for Georgie Greer. With a lead of 3.3 seconds. 2 podiums this season for Battersby. Wants to continue that trend here in Kiltorcan, but a little bit of number 1 silverware, I'm sure, wouldn't be frowned upon by the Battersbys. Hugo, of course, running the O-Plate. One of very few, I should say, who has to run a black O-Plate. Obviously still on novice plates, but has won the O-Plate. Good battle on for second once again. This is Clancy and Keneally down towards the first corner. And it is Danny Clancy. Oh, sweep round the outside. Close between the two, but Danny Clancy remaining on top. So 1 minute and 40 left to go here in the opening heat of our Bambinos. It's domination from Hugo Battersby so far. There's still a great fight ongoing though for a second between Danny Clancy and Ollie Keneally. 4th in the championship last season for Ollie Keneally. Took 1 win, and that was here in Kiltorcan. He currently sits 4th in this championship. Guess where he finished in this year's KT Cup? Well, he finished 4th. Fighting for second now, though. Weaving his way down the straight. Trying to overtake Danny Clancy in the number 101. Your 2025 T4 Bambino champion. Oh, Battersby. Spinning up the wheels. But holding on to it nicely. Hugo, one of those young racers who just has a total understanding of the concept of winning and losing. Being on the winning side is something that Hugo very much wants, or somewhere Hugo wants to be. But we're still looking at Clancy and Keneally here. Is there a move on for Ollie Keneally? No, there isn't. Danny Clancy will remain in front. And Danny Clancy running a nice defensive line there, but usually when you see these Bambino racers go to the inside of the corner, they wash out. But Danny Clancy does run a very defensive line. And now Keneally has to run once again through the final corner. And they're side by side almost down the main straight. Last lap board is showing. And Ollie Keneally is still trying to force the issue here, but not quite able to get ahead. Still no move for Ollie Keneally. Look how close he's running to the rear bumper of Danny Clancy. Hugo Battersby just a handful of corners in front. Danny Clancy now has to go defensive, and Ollie Keneally fancies his chances are the long way. Not quite. And now Danny Clancy defensive once again, and Ollie Keneally cannot find a way through. Hugo Battersby coming through the final corners to take the checkered flag, and you can just see Battersby go there, but these two are still nip and tuck down the back straight, and it's going to be neck and neck towards the start finish line. Does Ollie Keneally have it up in a straight line to beat Danny Clancy? They're going to be side by side across the line. Oh, it's too close to call. It's gone the way of Clancy on the timing screens, but we may need to call in Paul Grogan for a photo finish between those two. Too close to call. It is Battersby, though, who takes the win. Danny Clancy in second on the timing screen. Ollie Keneally in third. Then it's Elijah Hartensberg in fourth. Disappointing race for both Georgie Greer and Dara Fitzgibbon, who had their plethora of issues. Georgie Greer fighting for the win early on and just had a half spin and the cart just shut off. Very strange. But coming across the line is Christian Adam to complete our run of Bambinos. So it's Hugo Battersby taking the win. Danny Clancy, Ollie Keneally, Elijah Hartensberg, Vince McMenamin, Christian Adam, and non-finishers for Georgie Greer and Dara Fitzgibbon. T4 Minis up next, folks. So T4 Minis now out for their first race of the afternoon, or the morning, rather. Jack Harney on pole on his season debut. Harley Burton in second, and it's Billy Green in third, ahead of Stephen Doyle. Then it is Colin McMahon in fifth, James Stafford Jr. in sixth, Ronan Sutcliffe in seventh, Jack Craig is in eighth, and Liam Doyle in ninth. Blake McRedmond in 10th, ahead of Ryan in 11th. And so Sullivan, Higgins, followed by Milo Crowley, who starts in 14th. Towards the tram tracks now, it is Jack Harney on the inside, Harley Burton on the outside, Burton in the blue helmet. And then behind is Billy Green in the Senna Escalade as we go racing for T4 Minis. It's a great start by Harley Burton, who sweeps round the outside of Jack Harney, threads the needle perfectly, and Harley Burton is into the race lead now. Harney in second, under pressure from Green, down towards the first real braking zone. Stephen Doyle finds himself in fourth, but it's a good start by Burton in the number 202, and he's now in the race lead. Pressure on Jack Harney to try and retake it across the next 10 minutes, but Harley Burton, usually when you give him breathing room, he's able to run off into the distance. The silent warrior is Burton. Billy Green is pushing Jack Harney through the next few corners though. Jack Harney with the experience of these situations, podium at the Nations Cup in Valencia last winter. But now has the fierce Harley Burton to deal with. Billy Green in third, Stephen Doyle in fourth, then it's James Stafford Jr. in fifth, Colin McMahon in sixth, Jack Craig, Ronan Sutcliffe, Liam Doyle, Luke Ryan, Blake McRedmond, Oisin O'Sullivan, Milo Crowley, Josh Higgins, and we do see Varant Kumar, who didn't make it out for qualifying. Hasn't made it out for the race either, was appearing on our timing screen, but not out on circuit. Billy Green under pressure from Stephen Doyle now. Stephen Doyle, the number 211 kart, fifth in the championship. A best result of fourth this season. Would love to take a podium as we have yellow flags out and one spinner. But no problems for your race leader so far, Harley Burton on top. Has had a list as long as your arm of bad luck this season. Really just needs a steady weekend with no problems, and I'm not going to call it too early, but Heat 1's going well so far after 2 minutes. It was Luke Ryan that had a spin as the race start is under investigation by the stewards. Potentially a tramline penalty for one, although to be fair, most of the starts do go under investigation, but a penalty has been handed out on this occasion, and that is for Cullen McMahon, number 208 from Quinn, County Clare, currently running in 60s. He's picked up a 3-second time penalty. As fastest lap of the race for Jack Harney. Billy Green under a lot of pressure from Stephen Doyle now, but there's a little mistake from Green. And now Stephen Doyle has got to try the long way around the outside. Billy Green defends well. And still Stephen Doyle putting Billy Green under a lot of pressure, but no, couldn't get past. James Stafford looking to introduce himself into this fight. It was a fast lap in the last lap for Jack Harney, but Harley Burton responds and goes into the 53s. As now, can Stephen Doyle try a move down the inside? No, still staying behind, and it got close between the pair for a second. Billy Green has to defend. And Stephen Doyle is right on the bumper of the O-plate runner. In towards the left-hander again, slightly wide for Billy Green, but he's running a defensive line. Still over half the race to go, so it's going to be a long way home for Billy Green if he has to defend for the full duration. But Stephen Doyle is looking very racy. No move down the inside. Doyle's got to be careful because both Stafford, just as I say it, because Stafford is behind and looking, and Stafford has found an avenue. It's opened up nicely, and James Stafford now is ahead of Stephen Doyle. This gives Billy Green some breathing room. Down the inside looks Stephen Doyle, but the outside line is the preferred one through turn number 1. James Stafford Jr. just hooks the wheel in nicely and gets the position. James Stafford Jr. now up to 4th here in Kiltorcan. Stephen Doyle back down the inside. Yep, job done. Nice one for Stephen Doyle. A member of the Wexford Youth Motor Club who race here quite a bit in the rentals. Stephen Doyle with a lot of experience, and it's come to fruition there. He was able to get past James Stafford Jr. Stafford still attacking Doyle, so this does give Billy Green a bit of breathing room in 3rd. Front 2 have run away, and Harley Burton is running away from Jack Harney. Stephen Doyle once again setting his sights on the final podium place. Billy Green successfully defended once. Can he do it again? More battling going on. And that's Colin McMahon who tried to move on Stafford. To no joy, however. And now Stephen Doyle is right on the tail of Billy Green once again. So battle continues between number 211 and the O-plate runner. One podium this season for Stephen Doyle. No, he said his best result of 4th was earlier. That was it last season. One podium this season for Stephen Doyle. No move down the inside just yet. Further down the order, current runners is Colin McMahon in 6th, Jack Craig in 7th, Ronan Sutcliffe is in 8th, then it is Liam Doyle, Blake McRedmond, Oisin O'Sullivan, Josh Higgins, Luke Ryan and Milo Crowley rounding out the order. It's all fairly routine at the front though for Harley Bruton. DNF while leading in the final in round number 2. Was the pace setter in Cork as well and had a spin. It was a monstrous comeback, but couldn't quite take the win, so only stood on the podium. That puts Bruton 8th in the championship. Was 2nd last season in T4 Mini. Only took the 1 win, but was 4 podiums. That 1 win came in at Boy. But leading from the front here in Heat 1. A bit of lap traffic for our front runners. He gets out of the way A-OK. So battle will continue. A minute left in this one. 3 more trips around Kiltorcan Raceway for Harley and the gang. Stephen Doyle nearly getting the overlap that he so badly wants on Billy Green. Once he gets an overlap, he must be entitled to racing room. But until he gets that overlap, Billy Green can position his race Tillotson T4 Mini wherever he wants. Has now moved down the inside. That's James Stafford once again, who's put a spanner in the works of Stephen Doyle's plans. And James Stafford is back up to 4th position in this race. And that's not gone well for Stephen Doyle, who is teeing up the move, and now he has to fight with James Stafford once again, down towards the first corner. And it is the blue race-suited James Stafford Jr. who is on top in this fight for 4th. And that is really a big dent in the plans of Stephen Doyle. It goes to show the art of just being quick enough. Billy Green hasn't been the outright pace setter amongst this crew, but he's just quick enough out of the corners to hold his position. Or is he? Because James Stafford is now trying to find a way past. As Harley and Jack in through the first corner. Here comes Stephen Doyle on James Stafford. Billy Green getting an excellent exit out of the final corner. Last lap board is shown. And now James Stafford side by side with Stephen Doyle. And Stephen Doyle is the inside line. And that's got to be the move for Doyle, is it? Stafford trying the long way? No, not many able to pull that move off here in Kiltorcan. So Stephen Doyle will earn 4th place back. Couldn't quite get near the podium. Certainly couldn't get near the front runners, as Harley Burton running away with it and coming for the final corners now to take the win. And it's Heat 1 win on the board for Harley Burton, with a fastest lap to boot. But in this fantastic fight for 4th, it is going to be James Stafford. And James Stafford Jr. is going to beat Stephen Doyle. So it's Harley Burton, Jack Harney, Billy Green, James Stafford, Stephen Doyle, Colin McMahon, and it's Jack Craig who will come home in 7th. Ronan Sutcliffe in 8th, and Liam Doyle in 9th position, ahead of Blake McRedmond in 10th. Oisin O'Sullivan in 11th, Josh Higgins in 12th, Luke Ryan, followed by Milo Crowley. That is it for minis, folks. T4 Juniors will be getting ready for a beautiful 33 degrees track temperature and a mental race in store, no doubt. First heat of our T4 juniors as they leave the pre-grid. Ben O'Keefe on pole position, Fionn English in second. Then it's Adrian Gill who starts in third ahead of Ali Garcia in fourth. Zach Battersby in fifth with Jack Fingleton in sixth. Then it is Mitchell, Brereton, McNamara, Claridge, O'Connor, McMahon, Liam Borghall in 13th. And it is Max Cooling ahead of Sean Bolta, 14th and 15th. Collins, Crowley, Keneally, Strang, O'Callaghan to round out the top 20. And it's Kelly, Daly, Ian Kedzorek, Emily Stafford. Then it is Skriowski, McIntyre, Harnett, Murphy, Darren McMahon, and Teddy Black. We have two stopped out on track, which is rather rare for the warm-up lap. One is ripping the corn off the engine, so we'll get a wave around. So one is going, one is one of the PBRs, the other looks like it's Brereton. Had a few pre-race issues for a couple of drivers today. One was actually your O-plate winner, Jack Fingleton. But he's got going again, so we'll look to catch up. Absolutely booting it round to try and regain as much positions. There is a point on the circuit where you are not allowed to re-overtake. You must start from wherever you are. And Fingleton, I can't imagine, is going to get back up the order here too far. The other one does look like Brereton that's out, but we'll get confirmation of it on the timing screen. Fingleton taking as much positions as he can, but it's not going to be back up to his sixth starting place. As here they come now for the final corner, down towards the tram tracks. It's O'Keefe and English. It's not English in the front row, so it looks like Fionn English has been one to have some trouble. And alongside O'Keefe on the front row is Ali Garcia down towards the first corner. Ben O'Keefe leads through turn number one as they head round through the triple right-hander. It's drama before we even kick off in T4 Junior. And Ali Garcia is looking for the move, not able to make it stick. And Adrian Giel is up to second position now, as they all make it safely through. Those that did make the start all make it safely through the first corner. But young Ben O'Keefe, excellent race start for what is an 11-minute long T4 Junior race. Giel is under pressure at the front. No, Brereton is there amongst the pack, so it's Fionn English that had to pull off, I think, from the front row. But round for the final corner, and Ben O'Keefe has a nice lead here at the head of the field. There's Adrian Giel in second. There's a warning flag being shown to Jack Fingleton, but I don't think he'll care once that he's back in the race. And there's a scrap going on for fourth and fifth here. Current running order is O'Keefe, Giel, then it's Ali Garcia in third, with Zach Battersby behind in fourth. Mitchell, Brereton, McMahon, Claridge, O'Connor, Cooling, your top 10. Jack Fingleton ended up 16th on the end of the first lap, working his way through the field. There's yellow flag and all, two tangled together, and they all just about avoid it, thankfully. Coming through the hairpin. One looks stopped, and that's a shut-off card. So Wesley Brereton up to fifth now. And it was Sean Bolta and Owen McNamara that had problems. And it's McNamara that's pulled off. Bolta managed to get going once again. Still Ben O'Keefe at the front of this one, with Adrian Giel in second, and Ali Garcia is in third. Yellow flags out in the final sector, which means two of the better overtaking opportunities are cancelled out. Bad lap for Tiernan O'Connor, who's fallen down 3 places outside of the top 10 now to 12th. Jack Keneally and Max Cooling both making up positions, as did Fingleton. Top 4 still remaining the same. Remaining the same in the fight for 5th as well, although Brereton is under pressure from Nathan Mitchell. Still no overtaking allowed in this sector due to the yellow flags. Well, Ben O'Keefe still at the top of this one. Racing for Oran Henry Racing, 4th in the championship last season, took 1 podium in the finals. Currently 3rd in the championship. Won the RMC Golden Helmet race, which Tillotson were a guest class at. Biggest mover in the Nations Cup final as well. His goal for the year is simple: win the championship. Jake Collins gained 2 spots in the last lap. Borkhall is dropping down the order. Our guest driver here this weekend from Florida. Raced in the T4 Nations Cup as well alongside O'Keefe, but Borkhall obviously racing for the United States. Florida Cup vice champion. Also racing across the pond in the United Kingdom. So just under 6 minutes to go in this one. Ben O'Keefe fastest lap on the last lap and really has the bit between his teeth here, pushing away at the front. 24 degrees here and really hot conditions for racing go-karts. Adrian Gial in second position of PBR, 12th in last year's championship, but was the top novice and did pick up a podium in White River in round 6 of last season's championship. Jake Collins, the only one to gain a spot on the last lap. Jake Collins currently running in 12th place in the number 374. As this is a rather tame T4 Junior affair, you expect it to kick off any moment. As Adrian Giel is starting to catch your race leader, Jack Fingleton, with the fastest lap in the last lap. He will be raging that he had to start down the back, but if there's ever a circuit that you can complete a comeback on, it is Kiltorcan. Plenty of overtaking opportunities available. Bit of a schism amongst the top four, and O'Keefe and Gill will have their own fight, with Garcia and Battersby behind. Garcia, the leading novice, ahead of Jake Collins, who's down in 12th. There's a time penalty, 10 seconds for Fingleton, which is just insult to injury really in this heat. Fingleton currently in a fight with Jack Keneally and Saoirse McMahon. McMahon holding those two behind. Looked like there would be a swap of places, but Saoirse McMahon still out on top. Minutes plus 1 lap left in this one. It's looking good if your name is Ben O'Keefe. Father Colin watching keenly on. Watching on keenly, I should say. Another time penalty being handed out, and that is for Ali Garcia, who's just picked up a 5 seconds. So Zach Battersby is now ahead of Garcia, but Garcia will fall down further. That's a bit of extra motivation for Dermot Claridge Jr., who is running all on his own practically in this race. That's a bit of motivation for Claridge to try catch up. Although, sorry, Claridge does have Nathan Mitchell and Wesley Brereton with him now. He was in the world of his own for a few moments. But a penalty for Garcia in 4th will dump him down the order a little bit, as the train behind him is around 2.5 seconds adrift. Get 3 seconds now, so Garcia will want to try get the hammer down. And now, Adrian Giel right on the bumper of Ben O'Keefe. And O'Keefe, who has led this race from start to finish, has not relinquished his top spot once. So it'll be 2 more laps here in Kiltorcan for these T4 Juniors opening heat. We'll have our senior opening heat coming up in a few moments. As it's all elbows out down the order, Nathan Strang getting past Tiernan O'Connor, Dominic Skriowski getting past Tiernan O'Connor as well. So a lot of changes down the order. There is a black and orange flag being shown to Tiernan O'Connor, so he has to pull in now, which is disappointing for him. Ben O'Keefe has a couple of tenths advantage over Adrian Giel now. So that hopefully will be enough to see him through the last lap. The last lap board is at the ready. So still O'Keefe in front. Zach Battersby was able to dispatch Ali Garcia, and Garcia is falling into the clutches of Claridge. He'll drop down a couple of positions due to his penalty, but what an excellent opening heat from young Ben O'Keefe of Carrick-on-Shore, who comes through the final corner to take the win here. A cracking performance from start to finish. Held off Adrian Giel when the pressure got on, and that's a fantastic way to start the day here in Kiltorcan. Adrian Giel is in second, out of Zach Battersby in third. Ali Garcia, where will Garcia end up as Claridge comes across the line? Garcia will end up 7th, so it will be Claridge, Brereton, Mitchell. Garcia down to 7th, Keneally is in 8th, then it will be Saoirse McMahon in 9th with Max Cooling in 10th, Jack Fingleton in 11th, and of Liam Borghall, who comes home in 12th, and Finlay Crowley in 13th, Jake Collins in 14th, and Matthew O'Callaghan in 15th, Luke Kelly in 16th, and it'll be Nathan Strang and Dominic Skryomski in 18th position. Then behind Dominic it is Ian Kedzarek, Sean Bolta, Will Daly, Callum McIntyre, Bobby Hackett, Emily Stafford, Teddy Black, Owen Murphy, Darren McMahon, Tiernan O'Connor and Owen McNamara, with of course Fiona English not making the start. So great win for Ben O'Keefe. Our T4 seniors hit the circuit now for their first heat of the morning. A very entertaining qualifying session in T4 senior. We saw Brian Wilson take pole position ahead of Robert Butler. Cahan McClelland with an excellent performance in third, and Jack Mackenzie Smith in fourth. Adam Butler in fifth, Jake King Brunel in sixth, Ollie Clark in seventh, followed by Joe Bechtold in eighth, and it was Brereton in ninth, ahead of Peter Brett, McNulty, Kedzarek, Toomey, Tara Keneally, Samuel Harris ahead of Gallagher, Mooney, Phelan, O'Sullivan, Murray, Ava McMahon, and it was Niall Leahy ahead of Daniel Grigger. O'Mahony, Armahanoff, who had a bit of a whack in qualifying but was able to continue on. DC and McDermott. As we come towards the tram tracks, we have a wave around as we are missing one. So Wilson and Butler battling it out on the front row. Brian Wilson from Kilkenny, 7th in the championship. O-Plate winner this season. DNF'd from the final here last time out. Raced in the Nations Cup, of course. A Tillotson champion in T4 Regional in 2023. Multi-time KT Cup winner as well. As nice and slow towards the tram tracks they come. It's Brian Wilson on the inside, Butler on the outside. Good start by Brian Wilson, but Robert Butler's going to try and chance his arm around the outside, and Robert Butler tries to thread the needle, and there's a little bit of contact between the front two, but Brian Wilson perseveres at the front, and it is Wilson who's off and away in towards turn number 3. Late braking from them all. Joe Bechtold making a move around the outside. And yep, that's Joe Bechtold gaining a place. So still Wilson ahead of Butler. Cahan McClelland involved in the top fight as well. So Brian Wilson leads across the line with Robert Butler as if you're looking at live timing, jumping all over the place a little bit, but it is Brian Wilson who is leading, and there we go. Robert Butler second, Cahan McClelland in third, Jake Brunel in fourth, Joe Bechtold in fifth, and it's Jack Mackenzie Smith in sixth. Peter Brett in 7th, out of Ollie Clark in 8th, Ben McNulty in 9th, Timon Kedzarek then in 10th position, out of Adam Butler in 11th, Tyler Brereton in 12th, out of Tara Keneally in 13th. Great race start by Joe Bechtold, who is up to 4th now, ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith, who they both got past Jake Brunel on the last lap, as a black and white flag being shown to Adam Perry of Cloyne, Cork. But it's still Wilson in front. And Robert Butler now, he's trying the move, he's on the inside as Robert Butler, and they'll be side by side through the chicane. And Brian Wilson still in front, but Cahan McClellan might look for the move down the inside, and yes, there is an overtake, and Cahan McClellan is the one who's got the spot. Robert Butler now down to third, and Joe Bechtold is right on these now after an excellent race start. The Dutchman putting in a phenomenal performance. So it's Wilson, McClellan, Butler, and now Bechtold. But Joe Bechtold is looking for the move on Robert Butler now. One podium last season for Joe Bechtold in finals at Cayman Athboy. One podium this season for Joe Bechtold, that came here in Kiltorcan. Little nudge in a fight between some of the mid-pack, and Peter Brett and Ollie Clark are throwing hammers at each other down, trying to overtake. Jack Mackenzie Smith has dropped 11 positions, or dropped 4 positions to 11th, I should say. So Jack Mackenzie Smith not having the greatest time of things, the Tim Murray Racing driver. But he did one full round last season, but he's third in the championship this season. Or a current attendee of the greatest school on the planet, in ACBS. It's Brian Wilson, still under pressure from Cahan McClellan now. So Cahan is looking for a heat win here in Kiltorcan. From Forkhill Armagh. A racer on the weekends, a lifeguard on the weekdays. Is a former podium placer at the IGP, which will be coming up next month in Nuts Corner. It is a round of the All-Ireland Rotax Championship, which of course is on the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships programme for this year. And now a time penalty being handed out for number 437, that's Jake Murray. Another driver who races Rotax. Also tested in Denmark this season to Jake Murray. A bit of a different experience. But he's picked up a 5-second time penalty here in heat number 1. Currently sits in 14th. So that may demote him down the order. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in senior. We've senior 168 ahead of the lunch break. And now a 3-second time penalty being handed out to Adam Butler. Now of Oran Henry Racing, Adam Butler. Speaking of Butlers, Robert Butler has lost the place to Joe Bechtold. And Joe Bechtold is now right on the leaders. Your new leader is Cahan McClellan, ahead of Brian Wilson in second. So fight is on now for the heat win. It would be our first real ding-dong scrap for a heat win today. It was a comfortable win for O'Keefe in junior. It was a comfortable win for Brereton, but he actually got a bumper penalty, so he lost it. And now Brian Wilson tries a big move down the inside, and that's worked out perfectly for Wilson, and that's worked out perfectly for Joe Bechtold, who's looking to go the long way around the outside of Cahan McClellan. But you've got to wake up a little bit earlier in the morning to pull that one over on Cahan McClellan, who now is under a lot of pressure from the Dutchman down towards the first corner, and Brian Wilson has 3 or 4 kart lengths to spare in towards turn number 1, and leads once again here at his home circuit. The top four all now in relatively close quarters as Brian Wilson leads us across the line. Robert Butler is telling them to charge on. Let's get after Wilson. He's trying to work with his teammate Cahan McClelland. Both racing for the phenomenal Oran Henry Racing outfit, and there was a little nudge between Butler and Bechtold, but nothing substantial, nothing that would cause a bumper to drop. And now big move down the inside for McClelland. McClelland and Wilson have nudged, and Brian Wilson now is behind Cahan. He's lost all his momentum due to that nudge, and Joe Bechtold may fancy his chances now, heading down the main straight into the tram lines and across the start-finish line. It's Cahan McClelland who's back in front here in T4 Senior, with Brian Wilson in second. Then it's Bechtold Butler. Further back, Jake King Brunel is pushing to try and catch. Jake Brunel third in the championship, looking for a good points haul here today. Now can Brian Wilson get revenge on Cahan McClelland for the lunge into the hairpin? Here he goes, Wilson down the inside and runs Cahan McClelland wide, totally boxes him off, and Joe Bechtold is looking for the inside now as well. 1 minute 20 plus 1 lap to go here in Kiltorcan Raceway. It's a monster Heat 1 fight between Brian Wilson and Cahan McClelland, and McClelland now looks for the inside once again, but it's not the most advantageous overtaking opportunity, and there's a nudge and Brian Wilson's forced wide, and Joe Bechtold sneaks his way through, as does Robert Butler, and Wilson is down to fourth due to the nudge from Cahan McClelland. Now Joe Bechtold is back down the inside. Monster move by the Dutchman to take the race lead. Robert Butler sneaks his way through as well. Third and fourth are first and second here in Kiltorcan, and McClelland and Wilson saw red. It's cost them first and second position here, but this race is not over just yet. We have another 2 laps after this one here in T4 Senior. And back down the inside goes Cahan McClelland. Brian Wilson's fallen off a little bit, but their constant battling is allowing him back into the fray. And Joe Bechtold has pulled a good gap up the front here in this one. It's head down for Cahan McClelland. Jake Brunel involved now in the fight. He's ran a very steady race, has Jake. It's the one last twist in the Heat 1 tail. Here in T4 Senior, it's looking unlikely because Joe Bechtold has ran a very, very steady penultimate lap. And the last lap board is out now. And Joe Bechtold is in the race lead. And McClelland, look how late Cahan McClelland is on the brakes. Trying to eke out every last tenth of a second. There is an overtake on here for the Armagh racer if he wants it. Just has to time it to perfection. 2 more hairpins to go. Needs a good run for the chicane, but Brian Wilson's had a much better one. And Brian Wilson could really put a spanner in the works here, and he has, because he's lunged down the inside of McClelland, and McClelland's chance of the race win is gone. But Brian Wilson, is he able to pull the open under? Oh, he has. He's sold Cahan McClelland the dream. Through turn the penultimate corner, it'll be Joe Bechtold who sees the checkered flag first and takes the win. Brian Wilson comes home in second. It's Cahan McClelland in third. Robert Butler comes home in fourth. Jake Brunel in fifth, ahead of Ollie Clark in sixth. Tyler Bruton in seventh, and Peter Brett in eighth, ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith in ninth. Luke Palmer in 10th. Dermot Toomey in 11th. Then it is Timon, Kedzarek, Elijah Mooney, Josh Phelan, Max O'Neill, Samuel Harris, Adam Perry, Ben McNulty, Tara Keneally, Ava McMahon, Kayla O'Sullivan, Jake Murray, Owen O'Mahony, Adam Butler, Niall Leahy, Daniel Grigger, Hassan Khan, Isabel McDermott, Tamir Armahanov, and unfortunately an on-finish for Michael Gallagher. But what a race in T4 Senior, best one of the morning so far. And it is the Dutchman in 498, Joe Bechtold, who takes the race win. The final of our heat races before the lunch break is T4 Senior 168 for their first heat. And it was a dominant qualifying for Luke Kavanagh, who starts on pole. Mark Orman will be alongside him. Anthony Holland in third. Championship leader Colin Munnelly in fourth. Ryan Herson in fifth. And there's our guest driver, Marco Pedrana, in sixth. Mickey Brennan starts seventh. Niall Herson in eighth. And it is Eddie Roach in ninth, with Tommy Brett in 10th position. And of Philip Godfrey as they come towards the tram lines now. Kavanagh on the inside, Gorman on the outside and towards turn number one. And oh, it's got all a little bit hairy in the back, and they were three wide for a moment, but we're all safely through. And Luke Kavanagh retains the race lead, and he's already pulled a monster gap at the front for a first lap. Anthony Holland immediately putting Mark Orman under pressure, and Mark Orman waves on as we have a yellow flag. They thunder their way through. As they head for the final corner. Luke Kavanagh. With a crazy racing. Oh, a little nod of the chin and all as he comes across the line. That's confidence. Mark Gorman in second, then Anthony Holland in third. Ryan Herson in fourth, Colin Munnelly in fifth. Cracking start from Eddie Roach. He's up 3, currently sits in 6th place ahead of Mickey Brennan in 7th. Luke Kavanagh just extending his lead up the front, and Colin Munnelly went for the move on Ryan Herson, but he's lost out. Munnelly down to 5th now, Ryan Herson in 4th. And swapping a change of places as there is Luke Kavanagh coming up towards the start-finish line. And Anthony Holland starting to force the issue with Mark Gorman, and he would like to get past the Cork native. Our guest racer, Marco Padrana, down in 9th, battling with novice Tommy Brett. Of course, it's a brand new circuit for Marco, where the rest of these guys have all turned hundreds of laps. Well, bar the novices, obviously, but they've still more likely to have ran some laps at Kiltorcan than the Italian stallion. As Mickey Brennan's lost 2 places there. Niall Herson sneaking his way through. Padrana may well have as well. Yeah, Mickey Brennan. He's only lost 1 spot, so it was only Niall Herson that got through. He is under pressure from Marco Padrana, though. As Padrana in 9th position, running the yellow and green helmet behind Mickey Brennan, who has white helmet, white suit. You see them there heading through the hairpin, as here is your leaders. And Anthony Holland has got past Mark Gorman. So Anthony Holland is now up to 2nd position. Mark Gorman in 3rd. Ryan Herson looking to get past, as is Colin Munnelly. And Munnelly now trying to still get past Ryan Herson, but not able to do so. It was a double Herson podium last time out. The racers from the Mourne Mountains, very successful last time here out on the flattest karting circuit in Ireland. So running order is Kavanagh still in the lead, then Anthony Holland in 2nd, Mark Gorman in 3rd, Ryan Herson, Colin Munnelly, Eddie Roach, Niall Herson, Mickey Brennan, Marco Padrana, Tommy Brett, Philip Godfrey, Gary Curran, Kevin McRedmond and Chris Coleman. Unfortunately a non-start for Kyle Brereton. Good pace in this race from Ryan Herson, who is starting to attack Mark Gorman in front of him. It was his brother Ryan, or Niall I should say, who took the win here last time out in Kiltorcan, but Ryan the quicker of the two so far this round. Colin Munnelly, you've got to always be careful of. He will sit and wait for a mistake to sneak through. As Mickey Brennan fighting with Niall Herson. Those two have dropped Marco Padrana behind. So Padrana just running on his own for the moment. Both Padrana and Herson running very similar helmets. Both yellow with green on them. Very Senna-esque. Not as Senna-esque as Billy Green's in Mini, but still fairly Senna-esque. And still no joy for Colin Munnelly, who's stuck behind Ryan Herson. Leading novice is Tommy Brett in 10th, racing for Apex Twin Racing. A relation, of course, of Peter Brett in senior. Both of that same outfit. The successful rental kart endurance team, Apex Twin Racing, all progressing to race karts. Dermot Toomey involved in that outfit, as I believe Niall Leahy is as well, all senior racers. There's finally an overtake there, and it looks like that is Ryan Herson, who's got past Mark Gorman, and it is, and Colin Munnelly is under pressure now from Eddie Roach. So Ryan Herson ahead of Mark Gorman, and Niall Herson getting ahead of Eddie Roach. So it was Eddie Roach that was pressing Colin Munnelly with 3.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap here in this. As hand signals going left, right and centre now. Mark Gorman not happy with something. There was a wave of the left hand back to him, and it seemed like Herson was waving back. Not sure if it was in a satirical manner or not, but certainly Mark Gorman not too happy. And Mark Gorman, big lunge on Ryan Herson, and there was almost contact between the pair, and it's all getting very heated here in Senior 168, as it sometimes does. And now Colin Munnelly trying to get past Mark Gorman. And Munnelly, couldn't quite go down the inside. It was boxed off by Mark Gorman. Shaking ahead from Gorman once again. Now here comes Niall Herson down the inside of Colin Munnelly. That's as clean as you like. As clean a move as you will get on the champion. And now it is the other Herson who is trying to get past. And the other Herson has got past. And Eddie Roach is looking to try and get past as well, as is Mickey Brennan. And Eddie Roach, is already passed. Colin Munnelly is behind both Herson and Roach now. So Colin Munnelly is down to 7th position, I make it. With Mickey Brennan and Marco Pedrana involved as well. Brennan back ahead of Pedrana. As running wide is, and there's contact up the straight. That could have been a high-speed collision for Mark Gorman. And he was very lucky to keep that pointed in the straight line. And now it's a big lunge down the inside from Eddie Roach, and it's all kicking off in Senior 168. This is remarkable racing. Potentially a little bit borderline, but entertaining nonetheless for the viewers watching along at home and here at the circuit. So it's still Kavanagh Holland out front. Then it is Herson. Leading Herson. Niall Herson back in front of Ryan. Then they're followed by Mark Gorman and Marco Pedrana. Then it is Eddie Roach behind Pedrana, and a Colin Munnelly, Mickey Brennan, and now Tommy Brett in this fight as well. We'll have 2 more laps here, 20 seconds remaining, but Luke Kavanagh already on the main straight. Here is Anthony Holland Or Anthony Holland chasing after him, sorry. There is Herson and Herson. And it's all settled down, all calm on the Western Front for now. But it kicked off fairly quickly. Could kick off as quickly again. Fastest lap for Anthony Holland on the last lap. The two Herson brothers battling now. They say rule number one in motorsport is don't take out your teammate. What about taking out your family? Last lap for Luke Kavanagh. Anthony Holland is giving it a good go to chase after him, to be fair. It's another fastest lap and he's cut 0.4 of a second into the race lead of Luke Kavanagh. But it just will be too little too late, unfortunately, for Anthony Holland, as Marco Padrana has fallen behind both Colin Munnelly and Eddie Roach. And Mark Gorman has fallen to 10th. So disappointing for Mark Gorman, who started on the front row. Mickey Brennan down to 13th as well. So, yeah, they're just heading through turn one now. Likely there was some form of contact between those two. And there is Luke Kavanagh across the start-finish line to take the 168 Heat 1 win. Anthony Holland got within a second, so very promising signs for Anthony Holland in Heat 3. Niall Herson, Ryan Herson, 3rd and 4th. Then it'll be Colin Munnelly who comes home in 5th. Eddie Roach in 6th, out of Marco Padrana in 7th. Tommy Brett comes home in 8th, out of Philip Godfrey in 9th. And it will be Gary Curran. Or will it be Gary Curran? It will be Gary Curran ahead of Chris Coleman in 10th, and it'll be Kevin McRedmond ahead of Mickey Brennan and Mark Gorman. Unfortunate end for Mickey Brennan and Mark Gorman in that one. They fell down the order, and that will be Senior 168, folks. We're going to take a lunch break, and we will be back for the second heats and the finals here at Event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships here in Kiltorcan Raceway. We are a little bit behind schedule. The estimated return was 12 minutes to 2, but of course we'll still have the live stream running here, folks. Keep it on the background, grab a cup of tea or an ice cream, and we'll be back to you shortly. And welcome back, folks. After the lunch break, it's time for racing to return here in County Kilkenny for Event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships, Round 3 of our Tillotson series. So, as per usual rotation, the first race after lunch will be the Tillotson T4 Bambinos, the youngest racers, but some of the fiercest racers in the paddock. Great race this morning, domination by pole sitter Hugo Battersby. He'll start on pole again. He was pushed early on by Georgie Greer, but she unfortunately had a cart issue and was ruled out of contention. But the podium ended up being Hugo Battersby, Danny Clancy, and then Ollie Keneally. So, standing start for Bambinos. Race starter JJ Curran and clerk of the course Adam Farrelly just putting them into position. It will be Battersby in the yellow, the Lando Norris-esque helmet, and the O-plate on pole. Alongside will be Darragh Fitzgibbon, championship leader and champion of last year. Behind then will be Georgie Greer and Danny Clancy. Georgie also a novice racer. And Danny, podium sitter in the first heat. So flag gets ready. As Georgie Greer eager to get going. He's been pushed back a tad. There's a thumbs up given. And the flag gets ready as now we go racing for the Bambinos, and it's another good start for Darragh Fitzgibbon, who bumps his way alongside Hugo Battersby. And it is going to be Fitzgibbon who leads, is it? Oh no, Battersby's ran the inside line nicely, and Fitzgibbon using all of the new painted curb on the outside. And they were almost side by side heading through there, but Georgie Greer is up to second position. And Danny Clancy looking to fight as well, but it is Hugo Battersby out in front, as they were in heat number 1. And now Georgie Greer trying to get past Hugo at the front of this field. Georgie had excellent pace earlier on, but she had a moment heading through the third final corner, and the cart just seemed to shut off after that. So hopefully a little bit more luck this time for Georgie Greer. But Georgie is under pressure from Darragh Fitzgibbon behind, who also had a non-finish in the first heat. So the grid will be shuffled up for the Bambino final, certainly, but we'll see if this is a little bit more normality here in heat number 2. Darragh Fitzgibbon is on the tail of Georgie Greer, but Georgie Greer looking to launch out of the final corner on Hugo Battersby, and Georgie Greer trying it down the inside, and Greer is in the race lead. Number 111 takes the lead just as they cross the timing beam. Hugo Battersby in second, Darragh Fitzgibbon in third, Ollie Keneally's up 2 positions to fourth now. And it's Danny Clancy behind in fifth, Jackson Godfrey in sixth, ahead of Elijah Hartensberg, Christian Adam, and Vince McMenamin behind. But look at this, Hugo Battersby under a lot of pressure from Darragh Fitzgibbon, and Fitzgibbon could try and get past. Battersby defends to the inside. It's Fitzgibbon on the outside. Battersby just runs wide of the curb, and Fitzgibbon, that is a beautiful up and under. That is textbook stuff from Darragh Fitzgibbon of County Clare. Beautiful move, and now pressuring Georgie Greer for the race lead. This is a great fight to start the 8-minute heat 2. Still 6 to go, plus 1 lap in the Bambinos. And mistake for Georgie Greer. It's similar to what ended her first heat, and that puts Darragh Fitzgibbon in the race lead. And now it's up to Hugo Battersby to try and get back past, but Georgie Greer already recovering to second place, back past Battersby. Down towards the first corner. It's still Darragh Fitzgibbon in the race lead. A little bit further back, Ollie Keneally and Danny Clancy are about to start fighting. As Georgie Greer back on the pace immediately. Fastest lap does go to Darragh Fitzgibbon on that last lap. Track is exactly as it was earlier for this Bambinos. There's been not much of a change in the conditions. We have one off. Christian Adam has pulled aside at Marshall's post 4. So it will be end of the day, unfortunately, for Christian Adam in Heat 2. So for the final corner now, Hugo Battersby on the tail of Georgie Greer, but Georgie Greer has a rocket in the back of that cart down the straights. And look at this, must be taking a lot more exit speed as Georgie Greer is alongside Darragh Fitzgibbon into the first corner, and Georgie Greer is not into the race lead because Darragh Fitzgibbon has sold her a dream once again. It's a beautiful little switchback from Fitzgibbon, but they're side by side through the long sweeping right-hander, and Georgie Greer is looking for the outside here. You've got to be brave to pull this one off, but they're still side by side on the exit of the corner. Georgie Greer on the inside. No, Fitzgibbon just has enough pull out of the corner and remains in front. Great fighting here so far. Now Hugo Battersby trying to get past Georgie Greer. What a scrap between the top three here for honours in the second heat of the Bambinos. Fastest lap for Georgie Greer on the last lap, but as we suspect, taking a lot more speed out of the final corner, giving her a much better launch onto the main straight. Let's have a look through here. Yeah, you can just see the gap pulling between Greer and Battersby. So Georgie Greer just has it hooked up nicely. And now alongside. And it's back into the race lead for Georgie Greer. No move down the inside from Hugo Battersby. There was certainly a look, but the sensible approach prevailed, and very slow on the apex for one of them, and Hugo Battersby had to take avoiding action. Darragh Fitzgibbon has lost the place. Fitzgibbon now down to third. And Darragh Fitzgibbon, a T4 Nations Cup racer in 2025. Already one win and a podium to his name this year, falling back down to third, but looking for second immediately because Hugo Battersby's made a mistake on the exit for the first of the hairpins. Now into second hairpin. Battersby's recovered and then back to hairpin 3. He's A-OK. Now has to chase after Georgie Greer at the front of this, but the novice, Georgie Greer, has looked excellent up the top. Move on here, Darragh Fitzgibbon. Not quite able to make the move. A little bit wide by Battersby once again, and Fitzgibbon is on that outside line for the second part of the chicane once again, but slows it down nicely, still grabs the apex, doesn't commit to the move around the outside. There's a minute and 15 plus 1 lap to go in the second heat of the Tillotson T4 Bambinos at Event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. And look at the scrap we have here for second place. Darragh Fitzgibbon, Hugo Battersby. Battersby still remains in front. Oh, a little bit wide by Hugo Battersby. This could invite Darragh Fitzgibbon in, but it seems to be a carbon copy of all the laps, but Darragh Fitzgibbon's got on the inside. Oh, what a move. What a move by Darragh Fitzgibbon. Gets back on the inside. Has an unbelievable understanding of racecraft, does Darragh Fitzgibbon, for such a young age. Third in the championship last season. Really making a good account for himself this season. Of course, we are missing one of the title rivals this weekend, Emerson Hannon. But he will use this round as a drop round, so Darragh Fitzgibbon wants to capitalise on Hannon's absence and take maximum points. Obviously won't because of the first heat issue. But maximum points in the final, still a good sign, but it's going to be difficult to get maximum points in the final with the pace of Georgie Greer. You can see all three back in the same camera shot once again. Fastest lap in this race does belong to the current second place runner, Dara Fitzgibbon. And is Battersby able to try get back in front? No, not quite. Hugo Battersby, of course, still a championship contender as we're heading towards the final corner. And Hugo Battersby, he's got on the inside. That's a brilliant move by Battersby. Right at the death of the race. And as they're coming towards the checkered flag, Georgie Greer takes the win. Hugo Battersby just about takes second with the fastest lap on the last lap. Dara Fitzgibbon couldn't quite steal it off him. And Hugo Battersby will finish second in that one. Clancy will come home in fourth ahead of Ollie Keneally in fifth. Once again, and it'll be Jackson Godfrey in sixth. Elijah Hartensberg in seventh. Unfortunately, non-finishes for Vince McManaman and Christian Adam in that one. What a great race that was for the Bambinos. We have T4 Mini coming up next. Now it's time for our Tillotson T4 Minis. In our second youngest drivers. On Paul Jack Harney. Alongside is Harley Burton. Then it is Billy Green in third. Brereton was the on-track winner, but did receive a bumper penalty, so finished second in the first heat. As the come down towards the tram lines now. Harney versus Brereton into the first corner. Billy Green on the inside. Keep an eye as we go racing for the T4 Minis, and it's a good start for your pole sitter, Jack Harney. Harley Brereton's going to have to work to try get past. It's down towards the hairpin. No, not quite able to make the move. Billy Green in third. Stephen Doyle still in fourth. No real changing at the top of the order. It's down towards the left-hander. All line astern. All relatively bunched up. To complete the first lap, we're side by side. It is Harney who leads, but Brereton is looking for the race lead. Not quite able to take it, as James Stafford Jr. has got past Stephen Doyle now. So Stafford is ahead and chasing after Billy Green. Then it's Cullen McMahon in the luminous yellow behind those two, but there's a real fight on between your top two now. Harley Brereton and Jack Harney. As through the hairpin. Harley Brereton really trying to force a move. It's such a plethora of bad luck this season, Harley Brereton. But could right his wrongs today. He has fierce competition though in the form of Jack Harney. One win last season here in Kiltorcan in an Miami Cadet. Raced in the Miami Cadet Championship. But a known Tillotson racer as well. I suspect is out in the Tillotson this week ahead of the Euro Cup next week to get some vital on-track experience. We do have a yellow flag at Marshall Post 4. As Billy Green starting to catch the top two. It's a freeway fight at the top of the T4 Minis. Here at event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. An event organised, a fabulous event organised by the County Kildare Motor Club. As we've gone full course yellow. So race is neutralised. No overtaking allowed. Not particularly sure why. We have lost Luke Ryan in this race. Yeah, just getting Luke Ryan out of the cart. He is A-okay by the looks of things. But yeah, local yellow. Not enough clearly, and we will go full course as we get a look at it now. It is Luke Ryan there. So pulled off behind, disappointingly, for Luke. Now we basically have an effective safety car restart here, even though obviously we don't have a safety car. But we are all bunched up together. So it is effectively a restart. And as soon as the green flag drops, it is back to racing. There'll be not much of a prior warning, so you can really capitalise on this. Kart and driver are both out of the way, so should be going racing shortly. We are still under full course yellow procedures. I suspect we will be for the remainder of this lap, and then once they get round to the electronic flag stand, we will see the green flags drop. All marshals still holding their yellow flags highly and proudly. could be interesting. Could be a very interesting restart. Jack Harney leads, Harley Burton second, Billy Green in third. And it's James Stafford Jr. in fourth. Right, yeah, yellow flags are going away, so they're going to call it green on the run to the line here, I suspect. Down towards, yeah, there we go, green. So it is effectively a race restart, and Jack Harney powers his way in for the first corner. And Harley Burton in second, Billy Green in third. Green flags flying in the sky as we go back racing for the second heat of the T4 Minis. Still Harney in the race lead. Billy Green looking to try and get past Harley Burton. James Stafford Jr. right behind as well. Now battle for the lead down towards the first corner, and Harley Burton just doesn't have enough punch in a straight line to get past Jack Harney. Didn't just race in the Nations Cup, did Jack Harney, racing the Miami Warrior finals as well. A very successful 2025 for young Harney. Burton is really struggling to get past. Billy Green just biding his time in third. Billy Green of SR36. Kart ran proudly by his father John Green. Burton right on the bumper of Harney in front, and this is the closest he's been with 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in this final. The Rathangan native really struggling to find a way past Jack Harney. In through the final corner once again, down the main straight. Jack Harney just has the power, just has the punch. And he remains on top for now. Current running order is Harney, Burton, Green. Then it's Stafford, Doyle, McMahon, Craig, Sutcliffe, McRedmond, Doyle. Or Josh Higgins getting ahead of Liam Doyle. Then it's Oisin O'Sullivan and Milo Crowley. We unfortunately lost Luke Ryan earlier on in this race. There's not long left for Harley Burton to try and find a way past Jack Harney. Jack Harney would have pole for the final if it stays the way it did. He, of course, beat Burton earlier due to Burton getting a bumper penalty. And it seems like in the smaller karts, you can defend pole position. Sometimes in junior and senior, we see them struggle. Still no avenue of attack for Harley Burton. He cannot find a way through just yet. And Jack Harney just has the punch out of this second final corner and final corner. He's able to stretch his legs a little bit. We'll have 2 more laps here in T4 Mini, as our top 2 still very much nip and tuck. Parents and family eagerly watching along on the pit wall. The battle is coming to its most nervy. Back. So Harley Burton cannot find a way through just yet. Still close. That was his opportunity. This is his opportunity, and Harley Burton has snuck his way through at long last. Jack Harney will have one more lap to try and retake it. Burton has been oh so patient throughout this race, but it's Jack Harney's turn to now try and attack. What does he have? Burton finally seems to have the run down the main straight. It's all on Jack Harney now, number 221, to try and overtake Burton and guarantee himself pole position for the final. Goes for the outside. Burton defends into the first hairpin. Lovely defensive manoeuvre for Harley Burton. He now has the inside line through the triple left-hander, and Jack Harney's going to have to try and work it a long way around the outside. You don't often make a move there, and that invites Billy Green into the party, but Billy Green couldn't find a way through. This is a crucial couple of corners for Jack Harney, and despite his experience in fight, you may think that was the wrong move, but into the hairpin. This is his last chance. Is Burton going to go defensive? He absolutely is, and Jack Harney's going to try the open under and the run towards the line. Billy Green involved in it as well. For the final corner, it's going to be a drag race across the final furlong, and Harley Burton is still in front. Waves across. Jack Harney trying to find his way through, but cannot pull alongside, and Harley Burton's perseverance pays off, and he takes the win in T4 Mini Heat number 2. Billy Green comes home in 3rd, and it'll be Stephen Doyle in 4th, James Stafford Jr. in 5th, Colin McMahon in 6th, Jack Craig comes home in 7th, Ronan Sutcliffe then in 8th, with Blake McRedmond eventually coming home in 9th position ahead of Liam Doyle, and Oisin O'Sullivan who come home in 11th, Josh Higgins and Milo Crowley to round out the order. What a great fight between Harley Burton and Jack Harney. As far as 10-year-olds racing goes, that's about as good as you're going to get. Exceptional fighting in T4 Mini, and we've T4 Junior coming up very shortly. So it's now time for T4 Juniors. T4 Junior earlier on, rather calm. We had about 3 karts spin on the warm-up, but other than that, it was rather calm. Ben O'Keefe took the win, Adrian Gale in second, and then Zach Battersby in third. But let's run you through your grid once again. It is Ben O'Keefe, Fionn English, Adrian Gale. Then it is Ali Garcia, Zach Battersby, Fingleton, Mitchell, Brereton, McNamara, Claridge, O'Connor, McMahon. There's Liam Borghall, our Florida driver here today. Then it is Max Cooling, Sean Bolta. Then ahead of Collins, Crowley, Keneally, Strang, O'Callaghan, Kelly, Daly, Kedzarek, Stafford, Skriomski, McIntyre, Harnett, Murphy. Then it's Darren McMahon, followed by Teddy Black. As we have someone pulled off again in the exact same spot on the warm-up lap. Literally the exact same spot. So we're going to be waved around here again. Or are we? We could be sent green here. No, wave around. Late call, but it is a wave around. Not sure who that is pulled off, but very disappointed with them. They are ripping the chain to try get it going. Oh, and they have got it going, and they didn't have a hold of it, so it's gone straight into the barrier. And that's not gone well. Yeah, it seems like the kart did get going and then accelerated into the barrier. That's very disappointing for whoever that is. We just can't quite see the number. It's a little bit hidden. We'll get a look at it on the race start, though. But that's the exact same point we lost Fionn English in the heat this morning. Fionn English is out weaving the tyres, though, so all good to go here for Heat 2. And on the front row once again, alongside Ben O'Keefe. Jack Fingleton had some drama in the earlier heat as well, but also no issues now, so it's a bit more routine of a race start preparations for those two. Well, here we go then. For the penultimate corners, Ben O'Keefe with his final little wave. Now they're heading down towards the tram lines. No more tyre preparations as the T4 Juniors are getting ready for the second heat of the day. And it's O'Keefe on the inside, English on the outside. Good start for Adrian Gale as well, who's pushing Ben O'Keefe, but he's left the tram tracks a little bit early, and that could be under investigation. Fionn English sends it around the outside. A turn number 1 on Adrian Gale. Ali Garcia involved in this as well, and Garcia might look for the move on the PB Orman. No, not quite. They all barrel in towards turn number 3. All safely through the first section of corners. As it is Ben O'Keefe that leads. Once again, controlled the pace at the front of O'Keefe. It was a real mature drive from him earlier on this morning. He's looking to produce the same. Adrian Gale in third. Then it's Garcia. Battersby still involved in this as well, just not quite making the same ground that he was earlier. And Jack Fingleton has overtaken Zach Battersby, so Fingleton is now up to 5th position and trying to get past Ali Garcia. But Ben O'Keefe leads the opening lap. 2 of the youngest in the field, 1 and 2. In the form of Ben O'Keefe and Fionn English. And it was McNamara who we lost. Owen McNamara of Alex Dempsey Racing is who we lost on the warm-up lap. Or we lost Callum McIntyre as well, so both gone. Both missing from the field. And top 3. It was Giel and O'Keefe earlier on. Of course, no English. It seems like English has enough pace to keep with the earlier top 2. Big move down the inside on Ali Garcia from Fingleton. So Garcia losing a place and is now down. Oh, he's down to 6th, so lost a place to Zach Battersby as well. Both Jack Fingleton and Zach Battersby are ahead. And Ali Garcia falls to 6th place. Ben O'Keefe under pressure from Fionn English. Fionn English, 16th in the championship last season, leading the championship heading into this weekend. Took the win the last time out here in Kiltorcan in what was a very dramatic T4 Junior finale. As a black flag being shown to Max Cooling. Not a good sign, and Fionn English down the inside. Fionn English and Ben O'Keefe side by side, and now it's Adrian Giel who's involved in this fight as well. But Ben O'Keefe remains in front for the time being, and Fionn English now is right behind him into the slipstream down towards the first corner. There's hands waving left, right, and centre. But no change in position for the time being. And Max Cooling comes into the pit lane for that black flag. Still Ben O'Keefe out on top. And Fionn English has gone up the back of someone, and he's somehow survived in a straight line, hands waving in the air. The bumper may have dropped potentially. He's furious at that, but that could have been much worse of a crash for Fionn English. Just got on the back bumper of Ben O'Keefe. Both could be in trouble in terms of bumper penalties, but both still pointing in a straight line, cart still motoring, and both drivers okay. Could have been a much worse incident where that happened on the circuit. Ben O'Keefe still in the lead, but Fionn English dropping down the order. Now it's the two from the front once again. Ben O'Keefe and Adrian Giel. And Fionn English now 3 wide through this same section of track again, trying to fight back through the places, and he is furious and trying to make some moves. The race leader remains the same, and Fionn English has got about 3 or 4 places on this lap. He did fall down to 10th behind Wesley Brereton. Of course, they all had to try avoid Fionn at high speed, as now still Ben O'Keefe leading. Saoirse McMahon up to 2nd. Fionn English has recovered to 9th for the time being. Adrian Giel and Jack Fingleton, the 2 PBR teammates, going to try and beat the 2 OHR drivers of Ben O'Keefe and Zach Battersby. There's a schism in the field back to Ali Garcia, who leads another fight, and Garcia's under pressure from Dermot Claridge Jr. here, the former T4 mini champion. 4 wins last season for Claridge, but obviously it's a bit of a jump, and Ben O'Keefe has been given a warning. And now Claridge looking for the move on Garcia, but couldn't make it stick. As we take a look at our leaders. Fionn English back ahead of Nathan Mitchell, so back up to 8th position. And now move down the inside. The 2 PBR racers have swapped. And Fingleton is ahead of Giel now. Or have they? Both in identical suits and helmets. Hard to tell the difference, but Jack Fingleton is, as a matter of fact, ahead of Adrian Giel. But still, Ben O'Keefe untouchable up the front, driving beyond his years. 3rd in the championship coming into this weekend, but with how this is going, could well leave it leading. Fionn English has not had the best of runs so far. Neither has Ali Garcia. Well, Garcia's ran steady. Fastest lap for the race for Jack Fingleton. He's on the tail of Ben O'Keefe now. It's Kildare versus Carrick-on-Suir. Two of the organising bodies of kart racing in Ireland have two of their club star drivers up against each other. Of course, a big thank you always goes to the organising motor clubs, especially Kildare, who are organising this event today. Wouldn't be possible without the hard work of all the officials, both on the ground here in Kiltorcan and behind the scenes. Oh, we have a spin, and that's Ali Garcia. Ali Garcia spun through turn number one, went sideways, corrected it, caught it beautifully. Lost a handful of places, but again, most importantly, the kart's pointed in the right direction and in one piece. The driver A-OK. But Ali Garcia would have lost some ground there. Dermot Claridge gaining that position. Claridge now won't be able to catch Battersby in the remaining 2 minutes of this race, but will be trying to defend from Fionn English as Ben O'Keefe a nod of the head. Past the flag stand, in through turn number one, a little bit wide. Fingleton may have to run in towards the hairpin. Right on the bumper. Is it going to be a defensive line for O'Keefe? A creative one, but holds it on the inside. It's been defence, 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 the motto of the day for Ben O'Keefe. You'd think it was Mikel Arteta's Arsenal. What throw at ice can Jack Fingleton try? Minute and a half plus 1 lap to go. The second heat of the T4 Juniors. Gap still remaining the same up the front, as it's not another fastest lap for Fingleton. O'Keefe extending the gap on that last lap, 53.1 compared to a 53.2. And here's the opportunity for Jack Fingleton. No, not close enough. Garcia fell down to 10th after that moment. And now trying to get past Jack Keneally. As it's not been a great lap this for Fingleton. 2 wins in last season's T4 Mini Championship for Fingleton. As Ben O'Keefe pulled a bit of a gap here with 2 laps to go. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Still no swap for the race lead. Fionn English fighting now and getting ahead of Dermot Claridge. So English is ahead of Claridge. It's been a decent recovery drive for Fionn English since that moment. He's back up to 5th position. Certainly won't be able to catch the top 4 in the 1 lap and handful of corners remaining. If he stays ahead of Claridge, though, that will be a success, because Claridge is right on the tail once again. Now, starting the final lap is Ben O'Keefe, and he's got a gap ahead of Jack Fingleton here. He's just put the afterburners on right at the right time. And Jack Battersby is looking to get past Giel here in the battle for 3rd. This is the closest one between the top 4. It's the fight for the last podium place. And no, Battersby can't quite get past. Is trying the inside line, trying to get creative. It didn't quite work out. Through the hairpins, one last lunge from either of them. No, won't quite be. So the battle we were waiting for never started. And it is cool, calm and collected from Ben O'Keefe in the Kilkenny sunshine once again. And it's the second heat win of the day for number 320. Fingleton comes home in second, Adrian Giel in third, Zach Battersby then in fourth, ahead of Fionn English in fifth, Dermot Claridge in sixth, and it's Nathan Mitchell, Wesley Brereton, Jack Keneally, Ali Garcia in 10th, and Sean Bolta, Ian Borg Hall ahead of Jake Collins, Tiernan O'Connor, and it's Ian Kedzarek ahead of Luke Kelly. Finlay Crowley comes home in 17th. Followed by Matthew O'Callaghan, then it's Nathan Strang, Bobby Hackett, Emily Stafford, Will Daly, Dominic Skriomski, Teddy Black, and it's Darren McMahon, Owen Murphy, Saoirse McMahon, Owen McNamara and Max Cooling with the bottom three, not completing the distance unfortunately. But a very steady win for Ben O'Keefe once again. As we've someone gone off and there is red flags waving. The race of course completed, but we do have one in the barrier at the top of the track. And that is Dominic Skriomski, who is in the wall unfortunately. So we will have a brief hold for track clearance. Dominic is A-OK. He's just sitting in the cart to make sure everyone's clear before standing up out of it, which is absolutely correct protocol. And one of the drivers stopping and helping. Great sportsmanship on show here in the T4 Juniors, as we come to expect from these very mature, young but mature racers. So that's T4 Junior. A brief track hold just to clear the damage. And just to give them their flowers, that driver that stopped was Owen Murphy. So a brief track hold to clear the track, and then it'll be time for T4 Senior. Now it's our second heat for Tillotson T4 Seniors, and it was a brilliant win for Joe Bechtold earlier on this morning. But on pole is Brian Wilson and Robert Butler alongside him on the front row, with Cahan McClelland in third. Jack Mackenzie Smith will start from fourth, with Adam Butler in fifth position. Jay King Brunel in sixth, ahead of Ollie Clark in seventh, and it is Bechtold in eighth. 1 from 8 earlier on. We've one off actually on the warm-up lap, but they're able to keep going. It's Burton in ninth, ahead of Peter Brett in 10th position, and McNulty ahead of Timon Kedzarek. And it's Dermot Toomey ahead of Tara Keneally. Samuel Harris starts from 15th, ahead of Gallagher in 16th, Mooney 17th, and it's Phelan O'Sullivan, Murray, Ava McMahon, Niall Leahy, Daniel Grigger, O'Mahony, Demir Armahanoff, DC, and McDermott. Now here we go as we go racing for T4 Seniors, and it's a good start for Brian Wilson, but Robert Butler flings it round the outside. Beautiful move by the Oran Henry Racing driver, and they all battle their way through. But it is Butler who leads, Wilson and all. Two into the wall at the back. Fairly hefty collision off the barrier, and I believe it's the same driver that actually had that moment on the warm-up lap, but two off and yellows will be waved in that section of circuit. Both drivers okay, thankfully, in that collision, as Brian Wilson puts the hammer down to try and get past Robert Butler, as we are under full course yellow to clear that collision, understandably so. We're all coming to a slow, and some of them haven't seen the full course yellow, and there's a spin on the straight. And that's a lack of awareness, unfortunately. It was Daniel Grigger who didn't see it, but there was many more with him. Thankfully, no one is totally out of the race. And we've gone red, so red flag at the start of T4 Senior. It will be a race restart, regrid, and restart. Hopefully the two drivers, it was Josh Phelan and Jake Murray, but they are both out of the carts. It just needs to be cleared. But the drivers will be stopped on the grid, and we will have a race restart due to a red flag for an opening lap collision. Both drivers okay. And now engines off, as we get a look at the driver stopped in single file. That's just the track being cleared after that opening lap collision. Drivers out of the carts as well. So if you're just joining us, folks, we are just have a red flag stoppage for during the second of our T4 senior heats, just for a collision on the opening lap. Both drivers okay, just track repairs necessary. So drivers are stopped on grid, just to keep it in the loop, folks. We do hope to be going racing fairly soon. It was a collision involving Josh Phelan and Jake Murray, but as we said, both drivers absolutely okay. No medics or anything on the scene. Both hop straight out of the carts. It's just a case of happening in an awkward position, so the barrier needs to be fixed. You can see a lot of debate and discussion amongst the T4 senior grid. One driver even whipping down the race overalls. It is extremely warm out on circuit, so you can't really blame them. Especially those in dark coloured race suits. Everyone will want a Kart Republic suit soon because they're white. It's usually the opposite problem in Ireland. You have a nice pristine white race suit. No, it's destroyed because it's always wet. But it's a beautiful sunny day here in County Kilkenny. Track temperature sitting at 33 degrees. It's sat there since the morning. But still very, very hot conditions for the drivers out on track. Karting overalls are not the lightest. They're not the heaviest race suits, but they're not the lightest race suits in the world. So any form of heat, well, wearing one is not necessarily appreciated. But we should be getting going racing fairly soon, folks. Just a red flag stoppage due to some track repairs. So we're going to get ready to go racing once again, folks. I suspect it'll be original grid slots. Or maybe it won't. Maybe they don't know. Looks to be fairly original grid slots to me. Bar, of course, the two involved in the collision. As the mechanics leave the circuit. Very old school F1 this. So Brian Wilson on pole. Lost the win last time out here in the final. Would like a big heat 2 to propel himself up the order for that final starting position. Robert Butler alongside him. Cahan McClelland third. Jack Mackenzie Smith in fourth. And Adam Butler, Jake King Brunel, Ollie Clark, Joe Bechtold. And it is Wesley Burton. Apologies, it's not Wesley Burton. It's Tyler Burton. Then there's Peter Brett, McNulty, Kedzarek, Toomey, Keneally, Harris, Gallagher, Mooney, Phelan, O'Sullivan, Murray. Then it'll be McMahon, Leahy, Grigger, O'Mahony, Armahanov, DC, and McDermott was your original starting grid, but of course, missing 2 drivers off that. It'll be a warm-up lap. Be a warm-up lap followed by the race start. As we get rolling for the rerun, it'll be 9 minutes plus a lap is the running order now. So it will still be Wilson and Butler on the front row. We've had one kart that's been pulled off the grid. It could be Isabel McDermott, looks like from a distance. Seems to be the 4112, but we will have confirmation of that after the first lap of racing has completed. I think it is Isabel McDermott. As drivers being told to slow as they head towards the tram lines for the race start. Wilson, eager-eyed watching. Robert Butler, still the red lights, and they will fall to green, and it is 4-1-12 of Isabel McDermott who will not take the start, and Robert Butler flings it round the outside once again, but not able to make the move this time, and Brian Wilson was well aware of the tactics of the Oran Henry Racing driver. In towards turn number 3, Brian Wilson leads, Robert Butler second. It's then another OHR driver of Cahan McClelland who's got ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith, so McClelland is in third position. And it is Brian Wilson out on top, side by side further back, and McClelland has lost third. That's fallen the way of Mackenzie Smith. Now side by side, a little bit further back in the mid-pack, Joe Bechtold's dove down the inside of 2 of them. It's a lovely move by the Dutchman, who's up and ahead. But it's Brian Wilson in the race lead. Robert Butler in second position. Then Jack Mackenzie Smith, McClelland, Brunel, Bechtold, Clark, Butler, Brereton, McNulty, is your top 10. Timon Kedzarek has got ahead of Peter Brett, who's down 2 places. So good start for Timon Kedzarek. But Brian Wilson punching it through the corners now, trying to extend his gap. Does not fancy the dogfight that he was gifted in Heat 1. But I think with the calibre of driver behind, he may be forced to get his elbows out once again. Big move down the inside from, I think it was Luke Palmer. It was Luke Palmer and Ono Mahoney. Huge move into the first corner. So Luke Palmer's up in place, but Palmer is struggling big time. He's in 20th. Not able to get up the running order just yet. Started in 23rd place. Now Wilson under pressure. Robert Butler down the inside. Brian Wilson with the switchback. Such a classic move through the final hairpin in Kiltorcan. Wilson has the exit. Should survive down to the first corner. A student of DCU as Brian Wilson won the InterVarsity Championships with the college last year. Of course, a T4 regional champion as well. He was a multi-time KT Cup winner here in his own backyard. Jack Mackenzie Smith pressuring Robert Butler now. Looking to try and make it a 3-horse race up front. And now dives down the inside goes Jack Mackenzie Smith. It's a bit of a push to pass, door-to-door racing as we would describe if it was a touring car. And he's got passed through, and Mackenzie Smith is under pressure from his teammate now, Butler's under pressure from his teammate, Cahan McClellan. And that's McClellan up to 3rd. Butler now down to 4th. Jake Brunel and Joe Bechtold are on the tail of this lead fight. Now can Mackenzie Smith pressure Wilson into a mistake? Robert Butler looking to try and re-overtake Cahan McClelland after McClelland got past him. The two teammates starting to fight here in Kiltorcan. It's a big move down the inside on Robert Butler, a risky one, but it's worked out and he's furiously waving his fist saying, come on Cahan, let's push on. Will Cahan listen or will he try re-overtake Butler? It was a risky move down the inside on his teammate, but it worked out. But McClelland is now slowly falling into the clutches of Jake Brunel, another Oren Henry Racing driver. The driver's in 5th and 6th position. Their fathers both videographers. Jake Brunel's father flies a drone. And Joe Bechtold makes the fabulous Survive to Drive videos that Joe publishes on his karting journeys. Three minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this T4 senior second heat. And it really is hot. Definitely the heat of the day. Tackling these T4 senior racers. Now Mackenzie Smith starting to plan a move on the man at the top of the pedestal, Brian Wilson. Joe Bechtold has got past Jake Brunel. But no, Brunel has got back past, so those two are trying to catch Cahan McClelland and make this what would be a 7-way fight, because Adam Butler is on the tail of these as well. And now here's the move from Mackenzie Smith on the inside of Brian Wilson, and it's a lovely send down the inside, and that invites Robert Butler to party once again. And Wilson's on the outside and could lose another place as well to Cahan McClelland, and he's down to 4th position, and it's Jack Mackenzie Smith into the race lead here in Kiltorcan, followed by Robert Butler and Cahan McClelland. The two teammates both found their way past Brian Wilson as soon as he got shoved offline. And it's another ding-dong battle here in Tillotson T4 Senior. A big move down the inside from Cahan McClelland on his teammate, from Brian Wilson on Cahan McClelland. Not from Cahan on Robert. Robert's in second now, so Brian Wilson is back up to 3rd spot. But this has given a little bit of leeway for Jack Mackenzie Smith and for Robert Butler up the front of the order. And it's Mackenzie Smith who was in the race lead from County Kildare. One of Tim Murray Racing's finer talents. 2 podiums last season, raced in the Nations Cup. Did not get a win. He would love to do so here today. There would just about be 2 more laps to go here. They're going to cross the line with about 5 seconds remaining. 6, 5, 4, there will just about be enough time for 2 more laps. And that's not good news for Jack Mackenzie Smith, because Brian Wilson's back on a charge, but he has to dispatch his fellow black and amber racer, Robert Butler. Just a little bit further back, Bechtold has got past Jake King Brunel, and Robert Butler is trying the move on Jack Mackenzie Smith now. It's a last lap shootout in what's been a blockbuster contest here in Heat 2 in the T4 Seniors. Mackenzie Smith not even looking in a straight line. He wants to know where to pitch the point of defence, and Robert Butler's trying the long way. That's not going to work out. That invites Brian Wilson through as well, and Cahan McClelland just might get on top of these two. Who's going to win in T4 Senior? Mackenzie Smith has a handful of kart lengths ahead of Brian Wilson now. Robert Butler's attempt was no good, and he's been shut out. It's now up to Brian Wilson to steal this one from the Kildare man. Mackenzie Smith still on top for now. The chicane and a handful of hairpins to go, and it's looking like too much of an ask for Brian Wilson. Mackenzie Smith goes defensive. Wilson carries a lot of speed, but it should be enough for Jack Mackenzie Smith to get the run to the line. It will be indeed, and it's a fantastic win for Jack across the line. He had to fight his way for that one. Brian Wilson in second, Robert Butler in third, Cahan McClelland comes home in fourth, Jake Brunel in fifth ahead of Joe Bechtold in sixth, Adam Butler in seventh, Tyler Bruton in eighth, and it's Timon Kedzarek in ninth ahead of Peter Brett in 10th. Ollie Clark will come home 11th. Good fight back from Luke Palmer to finish in 12th. Ben McNulty in 13th. Then it will be Tara Keneally in 14th. Elijah Mooney in 15th. And it was Dermot Toomey, Max O'Neill, Kayla O'Sullivan. Ahead of Adam Perry, Samuel Harris, Ava McMahon, Ono Mahoney, Niall Leahy, Daniel Grigger, Tamir Armahanoff and Ben Deasy, with non-finishes for Michael Gallagher, Josh Phelan, Jake Murray, Isabel McDermott and Hassan Khan. One more heat race before our finals. It's T4 Senior 168, and it was a feisty contest earlier on this morning, so well worth sticking around for. Our final heat race before we get into our finals belongs to T4 Senior 168, and Luke Kavanagh has been the dominant force in this class all day, with Mark Gorman qualifying in second but not finishing in second. It was track owner here at Kiltorcan, Anthony Holland, who came home in second, with Niall Herson coming home in third place. But the starting grid is as follows: Luke Kavanagh, Mark Gorman, Anthony Holland, Colin Munnelly, Ryan Herson, followed by our guest driver here, Marco Pedrana, as we are being waved around on the race start. Good thing we were, because I hadn't finished the grid. Mickey Brennan in 7th, Niall Hurson in 8th, and it's Eddie Roach, Peter Brett ahead of Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, and it is Gary Curran ahead of Kevin McRedmond. So attempt 2 at the race start, and we're heading down towards the tram lines now. It is Luke Kavanagh on the inside, Mark Gorman on the outside, and this is a lot smoother of a start, and we go racing in 168, and it's a good start for Luke Kavanagh once again, and Anthony Holland bully balls his way through behind. He had the better pace at the front too at the end of the first heat, so keep an eye on him. Could well be up near the front with Luke Kavanagh, but Mark Gorman only falls down to 3rd. The Hursons and Monolly involved in this as well. As Colin Monolly currently in 5th place, but Luke Kavanagh, once again, as he did, has built up a big gap up the front. So it's Anthony Holland's responsibility now to be the one to chase him down, and it is the peloton going after the lone leader here. A very Tour de France-esque race in 168. So Ryan Hurson then in 3rd, Niall Hurson in 4th. Mark Gorman's fallen to 4th. And it's Colin Monolly in 5th ahead of Marco Pedrana. So Marco's pace picking up throughout the day. He's behind the championship leader Monolly in the gold helmet. And now big move down the inside from Mark Gorman on Hurson, but wasn't able to pull it off. So it will be Hurson who'll remain in front, and that has killed his momentum a little bit. So it's now Monolly who's on the tail of him, and Mickey Brennan is trying a move on Marco Pedrana as well. Brennan is right on the tail of the Italian. So Colin Monolly getting ahead of Mark Gorman. Hurson up ahead of Marco Pedrana. And Mickey Brennan, is he going to try a lunge on Pedrana? No, he isn't. Pedrana wants to keep with Hurson in front and keep with the front crew. Luke Kavanagh certainly not running away with this in the same way that he was running away with it in heat number 1. This is a much better performance from Anthony Holland early race, although Mark Gorman was the second place runner for quite some time in heat number 1, so Holland wasn't dispatched and left to his own devices to try and catch Luke Kavanagh, but we could well have a race in our hands here. As Ryan Hurson, with a great impression of Jarno Trulli, the Trulli train, stretching all the way from 3rd down to 4th, or down to 12th, down to Gary Curran, with Kevin McRedmond and Chris Coleman having their own separate fight further towards the back. 8 minutes plus 1 lap remaining here in this race. It is Luke Kavanagh who was out in front ahead of track owner Anthony Holland. Now here comes Colin Munnelly trying to move around the outside. Now on the inside, dives down the inside of Herson. Job done by the championship leader Colin Munnelly, and there's a little sneak through as well for Herson, I think. And Herson's got past Gorman, so one Herson loses, the other gains. And now Colin Munnelly fighting with Niall Herson, and Niall Herson, oh, he's all elbows out on Colin Munnelly. Ryan Herson remains ahead. And Mark Orman under a lot of pressure now from Marco Pedrana. Eddie Roach is behind them. Mickey Brennan has gone falling down the order. He's lost 3 places on that lap, I suspect due to contact. Luke Kavanagh under increasing pressure from Anthony Holland. The wheel screeching as Kavanagh just hooks the wheel in to try and get the rotation. And Anthony Holland could well be on for a race lead here fairly soon. Luke Kavanagh, let's see how he plays his cards. Down towards the fast left-hander. Into the hairpin. So here we are down the main straight once again. Holland into the slipstream of Luke Kavanagh. Anthony Holland responsible for the fabulous upgrades here at Kiltorcan Raceway. Kiltorcan hosting the Euro Cup next week. Plenty of awards for the circuit here at Kiltorcan Raceway. And Anthony Holland picking up an award himself in the last round of the championship with a podium. Or sorry, in the first round of the championship with a podium in Watergrass Hill. I actually didn't get one here at Kiltorcan. But it was a hectic final in 168. Pace didn't matter. It was all elbows out. Mickey Brennan chasing down Gary Curran now, trying to regain some lost ground as the two leaders carry on. And Anthony Holland, that was his first little sniff of an overtake. Luke Kavanagh's defended well. Anthony Holland, is he going to lunge it into the first hairpin? No, could well be the second in a set of doubles. And Anthony Holland down the inside, but Luke Kavanagh has washed out wide. And through goes Holland. Lovely move by Anthony to get the position done. To get the position, get the move done. Luke Kavanagh trying to fight back. Goes for it down the inside, that's unorthodox. And Anthony Holland tries to switch back manoeuvre. They're side by side for the long right-hander. And Luke Kavanagh comes out on top. Wow, you don't see that move work every day. Incredible racing between the two. And as they come through the triple left, it is still Luke Kavanagh in the 5-2-1 ahead of Anthony Holland. Anthony Holland once again trying to move on Luke Kavanagh, but he's got the inside run. Has he? And Luke Kavanagh's forced all the way out to the brand new green painted runoff. Anthony Holland making sure all of his new circuit is used as he takes the lead here in Kiltorcan. A warning flag being shown to Tommy Brett of Apex Twin Racing. as Anthony Holland starting to stretch his legs a little bit at the front. Luke Kavanagh really needed to get an overtake redone ASAP. That's why the movement to the first corner was a very smart one from Luke Kavanagh, because he knew outright pace-wise he doesn't really have it with Anthony, so he needs to stay in front of him as much as he can. As Ryan Herson still in third, no joy for Colin Munnelly. The Herson train continues. There's a minute and 15 left. We will get 2 more laps around Kiltorcan here in the second heat of the 168s. Finals coming up shortly, folks, starting with our Bambinos and then through the full rotation. Should be a few entertaining ones, especially T4 Senior, which has put up a good fight all day. The Bambino second heat was excellent as well. This is looking good for Anthony Holland. We may actually we'll have 2 more laps actually, as they're running at such a pace that they'll get 2 more in. It'll be another case of less than 10 seconds to go and they cross the line, but they will get 2 more laps. Oh well, 11 seconds to go and they cross the line, but they will get 2 more laps in. And finally, Colin Munnelly has got past Niall and Ryan Herson. And now Niall Herson back down the inside of Colin Munnelly. And you can just see there through the hairpin. It's a good move for Colin. Oh no, it's a good move for Niall, I should say, because Colin has fallen back. And Marco Padrana is involved in this fight as well now, and Padrana's got a place. So they're all swapping and changing, but our front 2 remain the same. And Luke Kavanagh maybe have 1 more shot at Anthony Holland. They'll both share the front row for the final anyways. They have finished first and second in a race each respectively. Your running order is Holland, Kavanagh, and then it's Niall Herson, Colin Munnelly, Ryan Herson, then it's Marco Padrana. Padrana getting ahead of Eddie Roach. So checkered flag is ready and waiting for Anthony Holland, who's coming through the final corner to take the win. And it is Luke Kavanagh who beats Niall Herson, Colin Munnelly in second. Or Colin Munnelly in fourth, I should say, not second. Ryan Herson in fifth, Marco Padrana, Mark Gorman, Eddie Roach, Mickey Brennan, Gary Curran, Philip Godfrey, Chris Coleman, Kevin McRedmond. Chris Coleman beating, Tommy Brett and Kevin McRedmond. And unfortunately a non-start for Kyle Breer. Folks, grab yourselves a nice beverage, something to eat. Sit down, because it's finals time at the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships, our 3rd round of Tillotsons. This could be cinema. It's finals time here in Kiltorcan Raceway. We start with our T4 Bambinos for their final of round number 3. Very important race this for your championship contenders to capitalise on their strong pace today. The grid is as follows: Hugo Battersby and Danny Clancy on the front row, Ollie Keneally and Georgie Greer share row 2, Elijah Hartensberg and Darragh Fitzgibbon on row 3. Then it's Vince McMenamin and Christian Adam and Jackson Godfrey. This could be a good one, as of course it will be a standing start as per usual for the Bambinos. So Hugo Battersby, a dominant win in heat number 1. Georgie Greer outfought him in heat 2, but he has the advantage of starting on the front row. Danny Clancy, 2025 T4 Bambino champion, alongside 1 win last year for Clancy, 4 podiums. As the green flag waves and we go racing for the final of the T4 Bambinos, and Hugo Battersby can pick his line into the first corner. It's his best start of the day, and Georgie Greer looking to capitalise as well. It's not a great start for Danny Clancy, and keep an eye on Darragh Fitzgibbon cutting through the field as well. But Battersby leads. Very solid start for Hugo, and Clancy fighting with Georgie Greer. Hartensberg is in there amongst them as well. But up the front, it is Battersby and Greer, just like it was in heat number 1, where these two ran away with it. Darragh Fitzgibbon was in contention in heat 2. So it'll be interesting to see if Darragh can get back near the front. So first lap almost completed. We have 8 minutes plus 1 lap to go. It's a 9-minute plus 1 lap final here for the Bambinos. And it is Georgie Greer who leads, takes the lead off Hugo Battersby. And it could well be our 3rd different Bambino winner in 3 races. Well, it will be if it's Hugo or if it's Georgie. Hugo, of course, won the O plate, but that was a non-championship final. That was just for the place race. Of course, we'll have another one of those blockbuster weekends coming up soon. But focusing on the now, and Georgie Greer remains in front. 6th in the championship coming into this round, but it's a mistake for Georgie Greer, and Hugo Battersby sneaks through once again. And Darragh Fitzgibbon is on the tail of these two now, so it could be a 3-horse race once again, just like it was in heat 2. And now Georgie Greer into the slipstream of Hugo Battersby. They're side by side down towards the first corner, and Hugo moves over to tuck in behind. But Georgie Greer is back in front after that mistake, and Darragh Fitzgibbon maybe looking to try and get past Hugo. Just seems like Hugo's just lacking a bit of top end. Georgie able to blast by on the straights. So Darragh Fitzgibbon not able to get past just yet, but Darragh Fitzgibbon is pressuring Hugo Battersby into a mistake. Fitzgibbon of Clare, member of the Clare Motor Club. highest novice of last season in T4 Bambino. Highest novice is a fight between Hugo Battersby and Georgie Greer this season, it seems. Both novice racers, both excellent racers. And now they're side by side, and Dara Fitzgibbon is trying to get past Hugo Battersby in towards the first corner. Tucks in behind though and opts for the smoother run for the first corner, doesn't lunge it. Very smart racing. Battle for fourth continuing on between Danny Clancy and Ollie Keneally, and these two have been inseparable all day. So 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in the Bambinos. Still very much undecided despite Georgie Greer, the pace setter. Fastest lap belongs to Dara Fitzgibbon in third. And all three are within a handful of a tenth of a second. Hugo Battersby not able to pass just yet. Still Greer in front. Greer, Battersby, Fitzgibbon as they run. And oh, Hugo runs a little bit wide, almost into the wall. Just about keeps it out of it. Did very well to hold on to that one. Dara Fitzgibbon, though, gets through and will now attack Georgie Greer. So now Dara Fitzgibbon trying to attack, seems to have the pace, does Dara, on Georgie Greer, but Greer goes defensive into the chicane. Still all nip and tuck though, with 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and Hugo Battersby is trying to re-overtake Dara Fitzgibbon now. The pace in this race is just ebbing and flowing of who has the advantage. 1 minute you think it's Dara Fitzgibbon, the next it's Hugo, then Georgie is able to get it out in front. Still a titanic fight going on for fourth between Danny Clancy and Ollie Keneally. These two have been side by side the whole time into the first quarter, but we just cannot take our eyes off the leaders. It's a little bit wide for Hugo, but nothing major. Still, oh so close in the final of the Bambinos in what is a very important points race in an ultra competitive T4 Bambino Ireland Championship, such that we've witnessed in 2026. Remember Emerson Hannon to come back into this field as well. All four in championship contention at this point. Now, still oh so close between the top three, and Georgie Greer is holding on for now, but Dara Fitzgibbon is really giving it his all to try and get past Greer. But now Battersby on the inside of Fitzgibbon, and Hugo Battersby's back up to second. Lovely move by Hugo. Didn't work out though, Fitzgibbon able to get back in front. But while this squabbling and scrapping is going on, it's allowing Georgie Greer to remain at the helm. We may just have enough time for, no we won't, it'll be 2 more laps. So 2 more laps to go here in the Bambinos. Hugo, a little bit wide, but the runoff is nice and smooth on the outside of turn number 1 here at Kiltorcan, so you can use it It's not ideal, but you won't kill your momentum 100%. And Hugo Battersby, no, doesn't go for it, backs off. Georgie Greer under pressure for the first time in a few laps. Hugo ran a little bit wide, but Darragh Fitzgibbon not able to get back in front. This is a really entertaining fight between three of the youngest racers in the country. T4 Bambino, the entry-level class of Tillotson racing. For the youngest and the bravest. And Darragh Fitzgibbon is brave. And Darragh Fitzgibbon is going for 2 and 1, but wasn't able to get past Georgie Greer. There was almost contact between himself and Hugo, but Hugo just backed out of it at the right time. It's going to be a last lap scrap in T4 Bambino. The youngest, the bravest. And Hugo Battersby goes down the inside, and it's all about this run down the main straight in towards turn number 1. Who can pull off all the stops as the last lap board is shown? Georgie Greer leads in towards the first corner. Hugo Battersby's run a little bit wide once again, but as we said, won't kill his momentum entirely. Darragh Fitzgibbon still right behind, tucked into the slipstream of Hugo Battersby, and Battersby a little bit far behind Georgie Greer now. Darragh Fitzgibbon not too fond of it, gives Hugo a bit of a nudge, but Hugo Battersby runs creative racing lines, and you can see was just able to catch up to Georgie in the middle of the corner, exiting the triple left-hander. Greer still looking very good at this stage of the race, with less than half a lap to go now of Kiltorcan Raceway. Hugo's run that little bit wide, and this invites Darragh Fitzgibbon back down the inside, and second and third are side by side. Fitzgibbon boxes off Hugo Battersby, and Battersby, can he respond? It's looking like the race wind's only going to go one way unless Fitzgibbon has a monster lunge down the inside, but Georgie Greer's exited the final slow corner. Oh, Georgie Greer's slowed down a little bit, and Darragh Fitzgibbon swings it round the outside. It's a drag race to the line in the T4 Bambino, and Darragh Fitzgibbon from third to first on the last lap. That is class. What a race win for Darragh Fitzgibbon. The championship leader does it again. It's a second win of the season for Darragh Fitzgibbon. Beats Georgie Greer, who had it done and dusted, but could not take the win. Hugo Battersby in third. It is remarkable the racing quality produced by the youngest racers in the paddock. Danny Clancy comes home fourth, Ollie Keneally in fifth, Jackson Godfrey in sixth, Elijah Hartensberg in seventh, out of Christian Adam and Vince McMenamin. What a win for Darragh Fitzgibbon. That was box office. And now the rest of the classes have to try and beat that. T4 Mini up next. Second of our finals, and it's our T4 Minis. And the front row of Jack Harney and Harley Burton could provide a very entertaining fight. Billy Green and Stephen Doyle on row 2. James Stafford and Colin McMahon on row 3. Then it's Jack Craig and Ronan Sutcliffe, Liam Doyle, Oisin O'Sullivan, Blake McRedmond, Josh Higgins, Milo Crowley, Luke Ryan and Brent Kumar, who may be not out on track. So Jack Harney and Harley Burton on the front row. Towards the tram lines, 11 minutes plus 1 lap of this T4 Mini final. It is Harney on the inside, Burton on the outside as they bump their way down towards turn number 1. Jack Harney leads, Wesley Burton looking for the up and under, and oh, he might just have got that, you know, heading through the second corner, and it's Jack Harney still in front, Wesley Burton not able to remain or to take the race lead. Billy Green in third. Orange and black race suit, yellow and green helmet for Billy Green. Top two weave their way for the chicane. It's still Jack Harney in front ahead of Wesley Burton. Burton though diving down the inside, not able to make the move yet. Has plenty of time to get this one done, Wesley. Or Harley. Wesley's his brother, Harley Burton. Harley Burton is the one in T4 Mini, not Wesley. There's 4 of them, it gets confusing. Jack Harney ahead of Harley Burton. Billy Green then in third, James Stafford in fourth, then it's Stephen Doyle in fifth. Jack Craig is up 1 spot to 6. Liam Doyle is up 2. Colin McMahon down 2 to 8th position. And now Harley Burton on the tail of Jack Harney. Not able to get past. Oh, Harney a little bit wide for the hairpin. Could be a move on for the chicane. Jack Harney, as we were saying earlier, 4th in the 2025 Miami Cadet Championship with a win here in Kiltorcan. Was 3rd in the T4 Nations Cup in this class last year in Valencia. Would raced in the Miami Warrior Finals as well. A member of the Caricature Motor Club. How's this year going for him? Well, he won the opening round of the T4 Euro Cup that's racing here next week in Kiltorcan. He won that in Italy earlier on this year. A yellow flag being waved. We have one Carter pulled aside. So top two are in a world of their own, but their bubble is very close. As Jack Harney defends into the first corner. Oh, almost a nudge between the two. Harley Burton, the up and under. He's got a much better run this time than he did on the first lap, and Harley Burton could be in front here, and Harley Burton is in front here. Lovely move by the 4B racer, and Harley Burton is up into the race lead, just like he was this time a few weeks ago in T4 Mini, before a mechanical plagued his day. Still really close indeed up the front though, and Jack Harney is not going to go down without a fight. That is for sure. And almost a little bit of contact between the two for the hairpin. But the Kildare man remaining out in front was a T4 mini race winner himself last season. Took one win in Athboy as well as 4 other podiums. Also raced Rotax, did Harley Burton. But focusing his efforts this year on Tillotson action. Six minutes plus a lap still to go here in this one. Jack Harney put in the fastest lap on the last lap, so certainly the sentiment of not going down without a fight is absolutely true for the number 221. Wasn't fastest lap again on that lap, but he's within 2/10 of Harley Burton at the front of this field. And this could come down to the wire in a similar way to the Bambinos. It's remarkable how close their pace gets throughout the day. Harley Burton was miles in front earlier on. Then Jack Harney just kept getting closer and closer and closer. And now they are right together. And a bit of lap traffic getting in the way of Burton and Harney. I think they've both made it through without swapping places. They have, so it's still Harley Burton in front and Jack Harney in second. But a tricky moment there for both of them. They navigated that very well, actually. Getting through the lap traffic of Milo Crowley and Luke Ryan. Third place is Billy Green, ahead of Stephen Doyle. Stephen Doyle, 5th in the championship last season, running 2nd in the championship this season, with 1 podium finish. As our top 2 tick over another lap, with just under 4 minutes plus 1 to go here in this one. We've 3 more cracking races after this with junior, senior and 168, and honestly the win undecided in all of them. And now big move from Jack Harney down the inside, and finally it's paid off. The perseverance, the patience. Now he has the position, and Harley Burton is trying to get back past it towards the first corner. Loves this little up and under move, and he's tried it again on Jack Harney, and Jack Harney still none the wiser, and Harley Burton is on the inside through the sweeping long right-hander, and Harley Burton is back in front. What a brilliant scrap these two are having, and Harley Burton has found himself positioned in the race lead once again after losing it only a handful of corners ago. It is his trademark Burton switchback that has got him the race lead once again. Yellows are out. We have one pulled off. disappointing to end the final. Stood watching. So there is local yellows through the chicane. And I believe it's Milo Crowley who is pulled off. Brereton still leading with a minute and a half to go. So there will be 3 more laps for these T4 Minis, and Harley Brereton a little glance over the shoulder just to see the whereabouts of Jack Harney, and you feel there's another twist in this tale. This one's not quite over just yet. Where can Jack Harney make the move? Tries down the inside into the hairpin. Jack Harney hasn't got it stopped. Harley Brereton sells him the drain. Lovely switchback manoeuvre. And he remains in front once again, and no matter what Jack Harney throws at him, it's bouncing back to Harney like a boomerang. And Harley Brereton is doing a phenomenal defensive drive up the front of this for what would be a well-deserved win if he took it. 2 to go at the line. They're heading through the hairpins. Jack Harney has plenty more opportunities, but can he take them? A T4 Euro Cup race winner. A Nations Cup podium sitter. But he just cannot find a way past the kid from Rattangan. Bit of lap traffic they are approaching now, so they've got to be careful. You do not want to lose your race win like this. They go for the outside of the hairpin. Lap traffic is on the inside, and now Jack Harney. Jack Harney's capitalised the lap traffic, or has he? Harley Brereton going for the switchback once again, and Harley Brereton remains in front, but they're going to be side by side down the main straight. No, not quite. Harley Brereton still in front. It's last lap in Kiltorcan. Is it going to be another last lap deciding manoeuvre from one of these young racers? Say, head through the sweeping right-hander. Bambino is decided on the last lap. Will Mini be decided on the last lap? Defensive for Harley Brereton. Jack Harney cannot find a way past just yet. Harney treading the needle very carefully, feathering the throttle with a right-hander, and he just cannot get past. Through the chicane, Brereton's at a very slow exit, but it'll be on the inside line, and Harley Brereton's been shut off. Jack Harney's in front, and Harley Brereton cannot go back down the inside. Is it too little, too late for Harley Brereton? He goes for the switchback, but Jack Harney covers it up, and I think Brereton's been robbed again, has he? Harney for the final corner. It's a drag race to the line. They're bumping. It's going to be a photo finish. Who takes it across the line? It's Jack Harney. Oh, unbelievable ending to the T4 Minis. 2-2-1. Jack Harney wins in Kiltorcan on the last lap. What does Harley Brereton have to do to win a final in 2026? Billy Green comes home in third. Stephen Doyle in fourth, James Stafford Jr. in fifth, Colin McMahon in sixth, Ronan Sutcliffe in seventh, Jack Craig in eighth, Liam Doyle in ninth, with Blake McRedmond in 10th, Josh Higgins in 11th, Oisin O'Sullivan 12th, Luke Ryan in 13th, and then unfortunately we lost Milo Crowley halfway through that one. What an incredible race. Again, the finals on July 12th in Kiltorcan have been crazy. And we've got juniors coming up next. It's now time for our keenly awaited T4 Junior final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap this one. And it is Ben O'Keefe on pole position. He's been the dominant force today with 2 wins. Adrian Giel will line up alongside him. Zach Battersby in third, then it's Dermot Claridge Jr., Nathan Mitchell, Wesley Brereton, Ali Garcia, Jack Keneally, Jack Fingleton, then it's Liam Borg Hall in 10th, and it's Jake Collins, Sean Bolter, Luke Kelly, Finlay Crowley, Matthew O'Callaghan, Ian Kedzarek, Nate Strang, Fionn English, Sage McMahon, Will Daly, Tiernan O'Connor, Emily Stafford, Bobby Hackett, Max Cooling, Teddy Black, Owen Murphy, Dominic Skiomski, Callum McIntyre, Darren McMahon, and Owen McNamara. So they're coming towards the tram lines. Could well be waved around as someone is off the rear. We've had a lot of problems on formation laps for T4 Juniors, but we're down towards the tram tracks, and no, we are going to go racing. So Ben O'Keefe leads into the first corner, but Adrian Giel is trying to pull it around the outside, but no, it's O'Keefe who leads. Battersby looking to follow through, as is Ali Garcia. And we've 4 tangle at the first corner. And they will look to get clear. But it is Ben O'Keefe who leads from Zach Battersby, the 2 OHR teammates up the front. And there could well be, and we're gone red. We're gone red flag for that incident at the first corner. All the carts tangled up, so red flag here in T4 Junior. I see Teddy Black involved in it. It looks like Dominic Skriomski, who's certainly not had the green today, is involved. They all seem to be able to continue bar Teddy Black. But we are gone red anyways. The crash wouldn't have been cleared by the time the grid got to the first corner, so a sensible decision there. Seems to be Sean Bolter involved in it, so to be honest, it's been the same drivers involved in incidents throughout the day, which is really unfortunate, but red flag in T4 Junior. We'll regrid and go again. So we'll be getting restarted shortly. It'll be a 10-minute plus 1 lap race, as the drivers are getting into their original starting positions. We did not complete a lap, so no overtakes have been registered, meaning we will go to our original starting spots. So Ben O'Keefe will still start from the pole. Alongside him will still be Adrian Giel. Then there'll be Zach Battersby, Dermot Claridge, Nathan Mitchell, Wesley Bruton, Ali Garcia, Jack Keneally, Jack Fingleton, Liam Borkhall. Then it'll be Jake Collins, Sean Bolta, Luke Kelly ahead of Finlay Crowley, Matthew O'Callaghan ahead of Ian Kedzarek, Nathan Strang, Fionn English, Saoirse McMahon. Then it'll be Will Daly, Tiernan O'Connor, Emily Stafford, Bobby Hackett, Max Cooling, Teddy Black, Owen Murphy, Dominic Skiomski, and it'll be Callum McIntyre, Darren McMahon, and Owen McNamara. Just a few problems on the grids for some of the karts. All getting into line. So we will be getting going racing in a couple of moments. There's a couple of karts having starter issues, so once they are resolved or pulled off the grid, we will be getting going racing. So warm-up lap underway once again. It's Ben O'Keefe and Adrian Giel on the pole, or on the front row I should say. But keep an eye on Battersby behind as well. Ali Garcia on the second row for what will be a 10-minute plus 1 lap restart in the final of the Tillotson T4 Juniors. We have Senior and Senior 168 coming up after this for their respective 12-minute races. This will be a nervy restart. The longer the race pause goes on, the more the nerves creep back in. Although young drivers, they've got to have the ability to switch back on the racing mindset. Keep an eye on Jack Fingleton, who's starting down the order as well. But Ben O'Keefe leads them round for the final corner to start from the front row, down towards the tram lines. As the silence gets ready to turn to racing. Into the tram lines, wait on the green lights, and they start accelerating now, and we go racing for T4 Junior once again. It's a cracking start from Adrian Giel and Ben O'Keefe. Is he still in the race lead? Yes, he is by the looks of things as they head their way through the first couple of corners, all safely through this time round. And it is Ben O'Keefe still in the lead. Ali Garcia up to third now, so he's had a much better getaway as they're routing through the triple left-hander, and we've two stuck together on the exit of the hairpin. They should be able to get going, hopefully. We want to try avoid another red flag. The marshals could help them, and now they've both got going, so we are good. We stay racing, and it is a phenomenal lead for Ben O'Keefe on this opening lap as they head down the main straight once again. It is Ben O'Keefe in the race lead. Adrian Giel, Dermot Claridge ahead of Zach Battersby. It was Battersby, not Garcia, so Garcia's dropped down to 8th. Mitchell, Keneally, Brereton, Garcia, Fingleton, then Liam Borghall, the American representee here today. And Dermot Claridge is hungry for success. So is Adrian Giel, 4th in the championship. Took just the one podium last season. Was one of the pace setters in Watergrass Hill, but of course we had that weird tyre choice race. I saw the likes of Garcia and Stafford up on the podium. As the two who got tangled was Fionn English and Teddy Black, so one of the front runners. That's not the first time today Fionn English has ended up on the back of the cart, which is rather disappointing. Very disappointing for him. So Ben O'Keefe leads by 0.7 of a second. Ahead of Adrian Giel in second, Dermot Claridge Jr. in third, Zach Battersby in fourth, Nathan Mitchell in fifth. Jack Fingleton not making many inroads now from towards the back of the grid. He's still in ninth, which is where he started. We expected him to be a rocket. And heading up through the order. Now, big move down the inside from Claridge. He finally gets past the PB Orman, and Battersby is able to sneak through as well. It's 2 and 1, and they will now be in hot pursuit of the race leader, Ben O'Keefe, at the top of the order. It is Claridge, Battersby, Giel, Mitchell. So Adrian Giel dropping to 4th position. But the more battling taking place, the more advantageous it is for Ben O'Keefe, who just put in the fastest lap of the race, but Dermot Claridge Jr. has been on a warpath all day. He's hunting for his first junior level win in the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships. T4 mini champion, of course. So O'Keefe now leads by 1.4. Fastest lap finally comes to Jack Fingleton, who's got the bit between his teeth all of a sudden and fancies making inroads in this race. 6 minutes plus a lap to go. Still so much time for a Tillotson karting race. It could all still change. Some movers and shakers further down the back. Ian Kedzarek is slowly going towards the top 10. Sean Bolta is into the top 10, so he has had a great restart. Sean Bolta of Dungarvan, first in the Wexford Motor Club Youth Academy Championship this year. Congratulations to Sean on his achievements there. Yeah, those events mostly take place here in Kiltorcan, of course, so a lot of on-track experience for Sean Bolta. Still a fairly new driver to the scene, but we've two spinners heading through the first of the hairpins. One stuck on the apex. Hopefully that kart gets going again in a rather precarious position. Gets going okay, and a full course neutralisation is not what Ben O'Keefe needs. Nathan Mitchell lost 3 places on that last lap, as it was Saoirse McMahon and Tiernan O'Connor that spun. Four minutes plus 1 lap to go. Big move down the inside. Battersby gets past Dermot Claridge, and this may allow Giel to get back in this fight. Zach Battersby is up to second position now, heading for the final corner, but it's a side by side behind, and there was almost contact between the two. Could have been very close, but Zach Battersby is up to second place, and now it's his turn to try and hunt down the race leader. But Ben O'Keefe is storming away with this T4 Junior final, put in the fastest lap on the last lap and is only getting quicker. 26 degrees, it's not exactly comfortable conditions for racing, but Ben O'Keefe is finding this A-OK. Here is O'Keefe down the main straight, and we look at the scrap behind him. Battersby leading. Look at the train for second place. Zach Battersby leading it, but has so many carts behind him all the way back to Fingleton and Mitchell. You'd be surprised there's not more overtakes. This is the Tour de France. We referenced it earlier, but this is the Tour de France. The peloton chasing the sole leader, and there's finally a move down the inside from one of the PBR drivers, and they're still side by side in front as well, and Dermot Claridge Jr. is able to get back in front of Battersby. At this point they're almost racing for second. O'Keefe controlling it at the front. It's another fastest lap for Ben O'Keefe, 53.1. And now Owen McNamara getting ahead of Finlay Crowley down the back. It will be 3 more laps. As the battle for second continues on, it's still Claridge at the top of the order. Dermot Claridge Jr. Raced in the T4 Nations Cup, describes himself as a farmer by trade, despite being 12 years of age. 4 wins in the Mini Championship last season, sits 7th in the Junior here, but hasn't necessarily had the rub of the green. It's been a good outing today from him though, strongest pace of the year so far. So 2 more to go. Last lap board next time round as Dermot Claridge has dropped down to 4th here. So Battersby getting ahead of Adrian Giel. As there is your race leader circling round through. Bit of a schism in the field as Dermot Claridge goes for the move on Adrian Giel, but couldn't make it stick because last lap board at the ready for your race leader as the battle for second and third continues on. And Dermot Claridge not quite able to get past. As now, where this race almost coming to a conclusion, and it looks like it is going to be Battersby for second. But there's Ben O'Keefe heading through the chicane now. Your race leader for every single lap here today. And in the season of the World Cup, Ben O'Keefe truly has football fever because it's a hat-trick on the biggest stage, and BOK is A-OK across the line. Ben O'Keefe wins in Kiltorcan for the second time in his career. It's a first junior win of 2026 for O'Keefe, and what a domination from start to finish here in the final. Zach Battersby comes home in second, Dermot Claridge Jr. in third. Then it's Adrian Giel in fourth, Jack Fingleton in fifth, Nathan Mitchell in sixth, Liam Borghall in seventh, Ian Kedsarek in eighth, Sean Bolta in ninth, Ali Garcia then in 10th. Owen McNamara comes home in 11th, Nathan Strang in 12th, Finlay Crowley in 13th, Will Daly comes home in 14th, Matthew O'Callaghan in 15th, ahead of Luke Kelly, and it's Callum McIntyre, Jack Keneally, Wesley Brereton, Emily Stafford, Tiernan O'Connor, Saoirse McMahon, Bobby Hackett, Dominic Skromski, Owen Murphy, Fionn English, Darren McMahon and Jake Collins. Domination from Ben O'Keefe to take the win in T4 Junior. It's the ever-dramatic T4 Senior coming up next. Now it's time for our T4 Seniors final. This has been one of the most entertaining classes of the day so far. And the grid is as follows. It is Brian Wilson alongside Joe Bechtold. It's Jake Brunel, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Cahan McClellan, Robert Butler, Tyler Brereton, Ollie Clark, Peter Brett, Timon Kedzarek, Luke Palmer, Dermot Toomey, Elijah Mooney, Ben McNulty, Adam Butler, Kayla O'Sullivan, Ava McMahon, Tara Keneally, Max O'Neill, Ono Mahoney, Samuel Harris, Adam Perry, Josh Phelan, Niall Leahy, Daniel Grigger, Jake Murray, Damir Armahanoff, Ben Deasy, Isabel McDermott, Michael Gallagher and Hassan Khan. So Wilson and Bechtold on the front row. Towards the tram lines. Keep an eye on Joe Bechtold on the outside line as they head down towards the first corner, but it's a cracking start from Brian Wilson, and Wilson will lead through turn number 1, or will he? Yes, he will. Dutchman can't get around the outside. We've had a couple and one into the wall. It seems like there was almost a steering failure of some sort. Just went straight into the wall, and they're 3, 4, 5 wide, almost heading down towards turn 3. Not quite, 3 wide definitely though, but it is still Brian Wilson in the race lead. Bechtold in second. Robert Butler is up to 4th. So third place still belonging to Jack Mackenzie Smith. Mackenzie Smith with a win today, as has Joe Bechtold, but Wilson 2 second places gave him pole position. And we're all safely, not safely, we've had a couple of issues, but we are all back running, so there'll be no stoppage in the 13-minute plus 1 lap race. Robert Butler now fighting with Cahan McClellan, his teammate once again. These two really need to work together to try catch the top 3. That would be the smarter play, as Jake Brunel is the leading OHR runner, and he's on the tail of, well, he's on the tail of Brian Wilson now, because he's got past he's on the tail of Joe Bechtold, I should say. He's ahead of Jack Mackenzie Smith, because Mackenzie Smith is down in 7th. One pulled off, unfortunately, so one no longer running. As it is it's Josh Phelan, I believe, who's no longer running. So it's been an unlucky day for a few in this senior class, but it's still Brian Wilson on top. Didn't finish the final last time out here in Kiltorcan. Was leading at some points, but wasn't able to get across the checkered flag. This yellow flag still waving in the final sector for the kart that is parked parallel to the main straight. And oh, someone's spinning on the main straight, but that's Ollie Clark. I think it is. Or no. One spin on the main straight, but thankfully spun out of the way of everyone. That could have gone very wrong very quickly, but everyone A-OK, and the battle for the lead continues. Joe Bechtold on the tail of Brian Wilson. And oh, there is contact further back, and Luke Palmer's just gone 2 wheels. And that's a disappointing end to what's been a very disappointing day for Luke Palmer. Well, I think it's Luke Palmer anyways, it looks to be him. No, it's not, apologies, it's Ben McNulty. So Luke Palmer is continuing on, it is Ben McNulty. It was out of this one. Stands out of the cart behind the barrier. Terribly disappointing for Ben. Contact through the second final corner is what has plagued his day. Joe Bechtold at the fastest lap on the last lap. But Brian Wilson has responded. So still 8 minutes plus a lap to go here in this one. Jack Mackenzie Smith getting a pass to Cahan McClelland. Plenty of time for the drama to boil over. But it is Brian Wilson up the front so far. A T4 regional champion in 2023. Raced in the Nations Cup in 2025 as we've more yellow flags out on the circuit. As we've another one pulled off. It's becoming a race of attrition, this one. Such is the heat. It's 26 degrees here in County Kilkenny. Brian Wilson extends the gap to 0.5 of a second. Robert Butler not able to make any inroads on Jake Purnell in front. The podium looking almost decided at this point, which is remarkable given how close all the front runners were earlier on today. And Robert Butler's run a little bit wide. That allows Jack Mackenzie Smith through. Jack Mackenzie Smith has been followed through by Cahan McClelland, so Butler has dropped 2 places again, and that seems to be a common theme in this senior class today, where if a driver loses 1 spot, they'll likely lose 2, and Robert Butler's back on the inside of his teammate now. But he wasn't able to get back past. This is Brian Wilson's best drive of the day so far. He had to be all elbows out in the heats, but really keeping Joe Bechtold at bay. Current running order is Brian Wilson, Joe Bechtold, Jake Brunel, Jack Mackenzie Smith, Cahan McClelland, Robert Butler, Ollie Clark, Tyler Brereton, Luke Palmer and Peter Brett to round out the top 10. So Peter sneaking into the top 10 for Apex Twin Racing. A Teesside 24-hour winner last year in the rental category. I think they have a different name for the rental category, but it is the rental category. 5th in last season's T4 Senior Championship with 2 podiums in round 6 and round 7. Aha, funny, as Joe Bechtold still not able to close in on Brian Wilson. Brian has not won a heat here today. Joe has. So has that late race experience. 3.5 minutes to go in our second final race. We have 168s coming up, and it was a brilliant fight between Luke Kavanagh and Anthony Holland earlier this morning. So should be another good scrap. Robert Butler still not able to find a way back, or Robert Butler not able to find a way back past his teammates, but he also has lost a place to Ollie Clark. So Ollie Clark is now up to 6th. Butler, who is a race winner this season, unfortunately it's going a little bit by the wayside for him, but that could be tyres or damage to the car or anything. Just struggling here in the final. As Bechtold has turned the wick up a little bit, and he's now right behind Brian Wilson. And there could be another twist in the senior tail here. 2 minutes 26 seconds left plus 1 lap exactly, as Max O'Neill is being shown a warning flag. Just as Joe gets close, Brian is just able to stretch his legs that little bit more. Tyler Burton up 2 spots, as is Luke Palmer. That's demoted Ollie Clark too. And Robert Butler is now down to 10th in this race, so it is not going swimmingly for Kilkenny's Robert Butler, but it may still be a home win. So there'll be this and one more for Brian Wilson, who is taking a leaf out of Ben O'Keefe's book. And dominated from start to finish. Robert Butler fighting now with Peter Brett, and he's able to get back past Peter Brett. This is for 9th place, so Butler trying to make amends on what has been a rather poor final. There is a 10-second time penalty. That is for Adam Perry for all 4 wheels outside the tram lines. So 1 more lap to go. Last lap board is at the ready for Brian Wilson. Can Joe Bechtold pull off one last masterclass? Took the Heat 1 win in unbelievable circumstances. Can he take the final win? It all comes down to this. Brian Wilson needs to drive the lap of his life to keep the Amsterdam native behind. And Joe Bechtold right behind. It's got to be a lunge into the hairpin if it's anything but Brian Wilson is so strong through this section of the circuit. especially through the chicane. No yellows to interrupt them. How does Wilson play this? Does he go defensive? No, he has enough here, you feel. Joe Bechtold not able to lunge one down the inside and may well have to settle for second, but there really is no place like home for the Kilkenny native, and Brian Wilson comes across the line to take the win in Kiltorcan. Joe Bechtold comes home in second, Jake Brunel in third, Jack Mackenzie-Smith in fourth, Cahan McClelland is in fifth, and it's Tyler Bruton in sixth. Luke Palmer comes home in seventh. And of Ollie Clark, Robert Butler, Peter Brett, Timon Kedzarek, Elijah Mooney, Dermot Toomey, Niall Leahy, Samuel Harris, Kayla O'Sullivan. And of Michael Gallagher, Owen O'Mahony, Tara Keneally, Adam Perry, Daniel Grigger, Ben Deasy, Max O'Neill and Isabel McDermott, with a lot of non-finishes in that one, unfortunately, for Damir Armahanov, Hassan Khan, Ben McNulty, Ava McMahon, Adam Butler, Josh Phelan and Jake Murray. So one more race to go here, folks, in Kiltorcan, and what's been a fabulous afternoon, and that is our senior 168s. It's our final of the day. Tillotson T4 Senior 168. And on pole position, Luke Kavanagh. Anthony Holland in second, Colin Munnelly in third, and Niall Herson in fourth. Marco Padrana in fifth, ahead of Eddie Roach in sixth, and Ryan Herson in seventh. Mark Gorman in eighth, and there's chance of come on Mark along the pit wall. Tommy Brett in ninth, Philip Godfrey in 10th, Chris Coleman in 11th, out of Gary Curran in 12th. Mickey Brennan starts 13th after some bad luck in the heats. And Kevin McRedmond 14th, and Kyle Brereton in 15th position. Here we come then to the tram lines for the final time. Luke Kavanagh versus Anthony Holland. Will it be a straight shootout, or can anyone else put their hand in the pie? Luke Kavanagh leads for the first corner. Colin Munnelly looking to get involved. He's on the inside of Anthony Holland, heading for the long sweeping right-hander. But Anthony Holland just about gets in front. Track owner here at Kiltorcan, of course, down towards the first hairpin. And Colin Munnelly not able to get past Anthony Holland. 13 minutes plus 1 lap this final. Marco Padrana looking to make a move as well, but couldn't quite. Keep an eye on Mickey Brennan from the back now. It seems like he's fallen down to last on this race start. Big lunge down the inside, getting the move done on Kevin McRedmond. But it's a big lead for Luke Kavanagh. This is exactly what he did in Heat 1 and Heat 2, and it was Anthony Holland who set after chasing him. Niall Herson trying a move on Colin Munnelly, but couldn't quite get it done. The front two once again away with this one, but Herson and Munnelly had a great fight here in the final, the last day in Kiltorcan, fighting once again. Colin Munnelly podiumed at the Nations Cup last season. A one-time winner this season, won in Cork. Anthony Holland fastest lap on the last lap, so the pursuit is on once again in the 168s. Problems for Mickey Brennan by the looks of it. He was making good inroads, but seemed to have I don't want to say a misfire, because that's highly unlikely, but it was something that just slowed his kart down for a second, whether it be a bit of contact or something. So 9.5 minutes. You would fear for Luke Kavanagh. He's going to have to go all defensive if he wants to try and beat Anthony Holland here today. Now Holland right on the tail of Luke Kavanagh. How close can he get through the final corner? It's flat out, of course. Can't quite get it done in turn number 1. This could be an on the brakes job into the hairpin, because Anthony Holland has got a much better run than Luke Kavanagh. Couldn't quite make it stick. Still very close between the two. And Anthony Holland knows that time is on his hands here. He has the pace advantage. He's just got to make a good move work, and then he can saunter off up the road. Luke Kavanagh, actually the quicker of the two on that lap. Ryan Herson up 2 spots, able to get past Marco Pedrana. Eddie Roach fell down 3, disappointingly. Mickey Brennan is back gaining spots. He's got ahead of Chris Coleman. And now Holland finally starting to plan his attack, it seems. Right on the bumper of Luke Kavanagh. Anthony Holland, though, knows it can go wrong when fighting for the lead in the final. It did from last time out, and it has before for many racers in Motorsport Ireland karting. Still ebbing and flowing up the front. Colin Munnelly and Niall Herson still continue on their fight for 3rd place. And it's very close, but indeed, actually, they are side by side now, as a matter of fact. And Niall Herson trying it down the inside, the 2 title rivals from last year. First and second in the championship. Of course, it was a remarkable comeback win for Colin Munnelly in last year's championship. Still no joy for Anthony Holland. And this is getting very close to the ending. We're well over halfway through this race, and Anthony Holland's got to start planning his attack soon. And now here he goes down the inside. Niall Herson on Colin Munnelly. He's ahead. Great move from the man from the Mourne. Now, battle for the lead. They've changed hands. Anthony Holland is finally in front as we were looking at that fight. And Luke Kavanagh goes back through. Drama in 1/6/8. So now 3.5 minutes left, and this win is not decided yet. Anthony Holland has a fight on his hands if he wants to try and win on his own circuit. Luke Kavanagh is pushing him all the way here. Down towards turn number 1. And now side by side. Oh, still no joy for Anthony Holland. This is getting very close indeed, and Luke Kavanagh once again hangs it around the outside in the battle for the race lead. Anthony Holland, is he able to get the move stick? It's going to be the long way, the audacious way. No, parks on the brakes early, looks for the switchback, but it did not work. 2 minutes and 20 left in this one. The 168 final not decided by any stretch of the imagination. Luke Kavanagh is making his Tillotson T4 as wide as a Dublin bus. Luke Kavanagh even bumping his way round the corners, adjusting himself in the seat, trying to get every little bit of exit speed possible. He knows he's under the cosh here with Anthony Holland behind. It would be a remarkable victory for Luke Kavanagh if he could take the win here. Still plenty of time in this though for Anthony Holland. The gap is remaining at about 0.3 of a second though. So Anthony's got to get creative here in the remaining 1 minute and 20 seconds plus 1 lap that is left in this. There'll be 2 more after this one. 2 more laps for Luke Kavanagh to try and defend. Is it going to be another last lap decider here in Kiltorcan, which would be a remarkable way to end the day? Here we go, down towards the first corner. Luke Kavanagh still just staying in front. Anthony Holland right behind him. He's been on his bumper for the whole 13 minutes of this race. Time has elapsed. 1 more to go. And Anthony Holland is finally looking to try and make the move. And he's gone for the switchback, but it's not worked out just yet. And down for the final corner. Anthony Holland is finally ahead of Luke Kavanagh. What can Luke Kavanagh do? Down towards turn number 1. Can it be another miracle manoeuvre for Kavanagh to get in front? Or is it finally Anthony Holland's day? He's ran wide for the first corner. Luke Kavanagh is back in front. Talk about perseverance, grit and determination. Is there one last throw of the dice from Anthony Holland? Has he one more trick up his sleeve? In for the left-hander. It'll be decided by the hairpins once again. Holland pushing it through the chicane. Checkered flag is ready and waiting for these front 2. And the entire day of racing will come down to this. Luke Kavanagh for the final corners. Anthony Holland's not really got the exit. And Anthony Holland is going to be beaten in his backyard once again, is he? What a performance by clinical Kavanagh, who is cheered home by his team. That is an exceptional race, and that is everything motorsport should be. Never give up. Luke Kavanagh wins in 168, Anthony Holland in second, Niall Herson in third, Ryan Herson in fourth, Colin Munnelly comes home in fifth, Marco Pedrana in sixth, Mark Gorman comes home in seventh, Eddie Roach in eighth, then Tommy Brett in ninth, Mickey Brennan recovers to 10th, Gary Curran in 11th, Chris Coleman in 12th, out of Kevin McRedmond in 13th, and Philip Godfrey, unfortunately, the former Australian resident, comes home in 14th position. What a day of racing here in Kiltorcan Raceway, folks. For event 6 of the Motorsport Ireland Karting Championships, we have had some remarkable performances from the future and the present of karting stars here in Ireland. It is ended with a Luke Kavanagh masterclass, and we started our finals with an exceptional performance from Dara Fitzgibbon, and then all the winners in between. Brian Wilson, phenomenal. Ben O'Keefe, excellent. Jack Harney, exceptional. But that, unfortunately, is all we have time for here on your Sunday, folks. There is so much karting coming up here on Vantage Point Video, as well as plenty of hill climb streams. So please do pop a subscription. It costs you absolutely nothing, and trust me, it's worth it. We do hope you join us for our next Motorsport Ireland karting outing at Boy in 2 weeks' time. My name's been Evan Dalton, folks. Thank you very much to the County Kildare Motor Club and to all of you for joining us here on the broadcast. Stay safe, stay well, Slàinte.